Hello, everybody. The beginning of stream adjustments are very important. Hail Soybeck!
34 months of subbing. That doesn't even count the months of being too broke lol.
Thank you for being subscribed for 34 months, my god. Let's go! You're not gonna have a good stream with misaligned boobs. I'm also not gonna have a good stream if I don't take this Advil. There we go. Oh, caffeine and Advil. My god. Cool top. Yeah. It's like a tube top situation, but it's
no
a
sub,
cheap.
no dono, only self-serving for the purple star. Dogs and gods. DWA.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the tier 4 sub. No sub, no dono, only self-serving for the purple star. That's all good. It's all good. Thank you for the tier 4 sub. Kicking off stream. My god. Yeah, I got like this cheap tube top. The main thing I dislike about it is it has like, for whatever reason, they decided they needed a zipper on the side of it to, I don't know, in case you needed to zip up this much of cloth. Like the tube top's only like this wide, chat. Like this tall. Why did they need it? Why did they need a zipper? I don't know. But they don't have like a concealer on the inside, so the zipper just sits right against your skin and it hurts. But it also looks really cute on me. So it's so you can wear it extra tight. I mean, I like that, but like yeah, the naked zipper is really unforgivable. Like, it hurts. Like, I can't wear this out in public because I have to do, like, this. Which I guess isn't, like, the worst thing in the world, visually. But, like, I have to, like, tuck in another layer of cloth between me and the end of the zipper. You do know a seamstress? Yeah, but she's really busy launching, you know, an important business. Mall goth aesthetic? I don't even know what you'd call this aesthetic. I just really like this shirt. It has a very nice texture. And it's just kind of fun. I like it. It looks terrible if I just like button it up and wear it as is, but if I like tie the bottom, it looks great. Butch casual? Nah, it's not butch casual. I've seen butch. I would not call my style as a lady butch. But I got like a new hair product too. I think it's working very well. My hair has had a lot more power since trying that out. Oh, yeah, you know, they need to bring back obnoxious amounts of belts on clothing. I think that was a good aesthetic. We never should have moved away from that. Return to tradition. The orange, it's like kind of like a peach. It is kind of orange, like directly in the light, I guess. It's kind of more of a peachish in person. Hello, BBBBBBB. Whoo! All right. How are we doing today? Yeah, I want to start out today's stream by saying I'm sorry for how weird last night's stream got. I shouldn't have engaged with multiple trolls for as long as I did. I know it wasn't particularly entertaining, except when I really dressed them down verbally. Um, and I feel bad about that. Not because of anything I said, but because of, not making good content for you guys. I was just listening. Yeah. I don't apologize for anything I said to that last chatter who came in, though. They're actually fucking deranged. Wasn't so bad? Well, I'm I'm glad. That last one was hard to listen to. The one who was calling me a racist for saying rest in power for next Benedict. Yeah. Whew. Just watched an AI video of Arnold singing Somewhere Over the Rainbow. His face superimposed on Judy Garland's body. Ugh. Yeah, that was hard to listen to. But, sometimes people come in here and they just be cray. They just be cray cray. Anyway, wanted to say sorry about all that and try to rein it in a little bit. With that, I guess my question for you guys today, what do you guys want to do? Like, what would you like to see out of today's stream, folks? Penny!
Woo, shiny button.
Thank you for gifting One Hand Wonder a sub. Because I have things I could talk about, right? Like, there are a lot of things going on in the world. We, but we also have a lot of Gordos to get through. I'd like to see more mannequin. Well, I'm not in the place that has mannequins. I'm sorry. We have a lot of Gordos to get through. I could play video games. We have debate content for me to take a look at. Want to defeat fascism? That's fair. Hey, Admiral Paco. Could we have a mix of politics, Gordo, and something fun and silly? We could. The issue with mixing them is that Gordo can't be done on YouTube. So, a Baldur's Gate 3 stream, but I beat the game. Your finest brain rot. Are you sure? Chat, I don't think you're strong enough for my strongest brain rot. It would destroy you, chat. Can we have some brain grow instead? I mean, maybe? I guess. I'm ready. My brain rot is too strong for you, Traveler. Thank you for getting my my reference.
Another button.
Penny, thank you for gifting a sub to Admiral Paco. Let's go! Chat, I guess before we really get into the news of the day, we have the most important information of your entire lives. Most important information of your entire lives. Are you ready? Folks, for the first time ever, humpback whales have been photographed having sex. And breaking news, everybody, they're gay. That's right, folks. As of 9 hours ago on The Guardian, humpback sex photographed for first time, and both whales were male. Also, Oliver Millman, you knew what you were doing here. Humpback sex photographed. Scientists confirm sighting of two same-sex marine giants copulating in amorous encounter off Hawaii coast. How romantic. Humpback mountain. Yeah, sex with each other. Yeah, it's true. Copulation by the species had not been documented by people until now, when two photographers captured image of a sexual encounter between two whales off the coast of Hawaii. Witnesses said the whales seemed a little bit too into it after being seen, but they took pictures anyway, and they don't know how to feel about it. That's right, the whales are gay, everybody! Humpback alpha males retort they were just wrestling, it's not gay. they're exhibitionist whales. The sighting, confirmed by scientists in a newly published study, occurred in January of 2022 in waters off the coast of the island of Maui, where two whales approached and circled a boat before engaging in sexual activity about 3 to 5 meters below the vessel. So, again, I cannot stress this enough. The whales searched out an audience. That's the reason we were able to find them, folks. They're kinky whales. Awooga! Indeed. They wanted the audience. It's why we now know, 30,000 Leagues Under the Sea Club. Let's see. I just want to see here. Both of the whales were male, which makes the photos taken by Lyle Kranichfeld and Brandy Romano the first evidence of homosexual behavior in humpback whales, as well as the first sighting of sex in the species. Okay, this is what I wanted. Humpback whales are hefty lovers. Measuring up to 16 meters in length and weighing as much as 36 tons, which is the weight of several buses. Thank you so much to whoever wrote this. Oh, God. The intimate encounter photographed in Hawaii, one of the whales was seen to be holding the other in place with its pectoral fins while penetrating it. The whale underneath appeared to be ailing, being noticeably emaciated and covered with whale lice, white-colored parasites sometimes found in cetaceans. The penis of the humpback whales are usually concealed in what is known as a genital slit to make it more streamlined while swimming. An unsheathed penis has only been witnessed a small number of times in the past, and once while a whale was urinating. Why is the reporting on this so weird? Now, it's very important Was that whale urinating on another whale, and did that whale look a little too excited about it? Oh god. According to the new research paper, cetaceans such as humpback whales could use the genital slit or anus for same-sex copulation, to practice reproductive behaviors, or to form a social alliance or certain sort of dominance. Chat, this is science speak for getting gay married. Forming a social alliance, that's just a gay marriage right there. That's right. These whales were gay married, confirmed by science. These hefty lovers had a social alliance. So the whale was sexually assaulting the weaker, diseased whale. I don't think we should leap to conclusions. I don't think we should leap to conclusions about that. You know, you can have people into folks of various differing body types. That's fine. I don't think we should jump to any conclusions. They were roommates. Pretty soon the sea urchins and boat debris will be able to get married. When will it stop? A whale of a time. Was the whale sex consensual or not? Let's open up the study. The whale study does not include the word consensual. The Loch Ness Monster photo is believed to potentially be a whale penis. I feel like that's too much work to put into a hoax. Getting a whale penis, bringing it all the way to Loch Ness, setting it up to float in the water. Yeah, I think that's just too much work. Photos known to be a hoax. I still believe, damn it. Alright, it's still real to me, damn it. There we go. Pew, pew, pew. I feel like I'm doing pretty okay for someone who hasn't had caffeine today and who got approximately 5 hours of sleep. Most of it in the daytime. The whales belong in horny jail. No jail can hold them. Too horny. Beep, boop, beep, boop. Let's see. Need to bring out my brain rot here. Beep, boop, beep, boop. We need... God. There we go. There we go. Now, you guys are requesting brain rot from me. And frankly, folks, I have 3 options. Do you want me to pick them randomly, or do you want to vote on the brain rot? Democracy? I pick. Electoral rot? Alright, electoral rot it is. /vote. What rot do you want? AI art debate. Or apology. Or peers. Or gender debate. You have 4 options. There you go. 30 seconds over on riverboat.gg. Go, 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 go. Democracy, democracy. I was gonna try to make that song to the stupid thing. The Piers Morgan song. And not the Piers Morgan song. My brain is cooked. I was trying to say Bill Nye the Science Guy. Bill, 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 Bill. What apology? Anything but gender debate? But guys, why don't you want the gender debate? It's a 2-hour-long debate between these guys about, is gender a social construct? Don't you want to see these 2 guys debate that? Also, how the fuck did the apology win? Alright. Stop the steal. Alright, we're gonna do the apology, but because I've watched 2 minutes of it and I know that it's insufferable, we are going to watch it at a higher rate of speed. And I want to really preface here that I don't give a single shit about James Somerton. Okay? I had never heard of his content before the H-Bomber Guy video. I watched the H-Bomber Guy video because I watch every H-Bomber Guy video. And he seems like a real cad, if you'll forgive my language. And he seems like a dishonest little weasel. I hate him. I hate his face. And I think that he is, I think that he belongs to a group of people who use minority status and, like, woke progressive language to cover up shitty behavior. Make it 20 subs to speed up point. Ah, Stout Man. That's genius. I think that's a good deal. 20 subs will speed it up 0.25. Okay? 0.25 every 20 subs. You can double the speed of this, chat. I will go all the way up to two times speed. I don't care about this man or his apology. You guys could make it. I'll pay 20 subs to slow it down 0.5. Jesus Christ. Okay, how about it's 20 subs to slow it down and 10 subs to speed it up. There we go. I have Solomoned this, okay? I have Solomoned this. I'm gonna even put it up on screen. Okay? Also, the audacity of this bitch to name it a measured response. Like, there's some hubris going on here, right? And we'll just make it a little bit more legible. There we go. All right, there you go. Is this the first or second apology? I have not seen the first apology. I think it was deleted, and I don't care enough about this to go and watch the first one. We're also not going to watch the 50 bajillion hour H-Bomber guy video about it. All right. Also, content warning discussion of self-harm from 2808 to 3004. I have to tell you guys, even after having seen 2 minutes of this video, I don't know that I believe that he actually gives a single shit about any of this enough to self-harm. My impression of this man is that he would lie for clout about attempting self-harm. Pre-watched? I watched 2 minutes of it, okay? I stopped at 2 minutes in because I was just like, fuck this guy. Alright, here we go. Make sure you include in your donos whether you are donating to slow it or speed it.
Now what bitches? Asterisk, 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 James and asterisk, 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 everyone WHO asked for him. DWA.
I'm coming down with another cold, but that was so fucking funny. You are now on the slowest possible speed. Alright, 40 subs. It gets you this atrocity. Oh no. Oh no.
Just a
Fucking hell.
disclosure, this video is monetized.
That is incredibly awesome, Ukrainian. I can't fucking get over this.
Revenue from it will be sent along
Just a disclosure, everybody.
to H-Bomber's team.
I'm a
to
genius
be
in that way. Mad scientists are sometimes
dispersed
geniuses. Oh god.
to the people.
That's too slow. Okay, we'll get to where I got in the video, and then I'll speed it up a notch.
If his team won't.
Oddly, I think this might make him
accept
more
it,
likable.
I'll be making monthly
Is-
donations.
Are we
to
doing a modern art piece right now? Is this performance art?
and
Have I transcended streaming?
Lifeline
Also, just to honor Paladin.
I was the one that would put the crabs in the pot.
Thank you for coming.
Faster, please.
Penny! All right.
You may have also noticed that a few of my
Penny, thank you for the
past
10 gifted tier 1
videos
subs.
have gone up on the channel again, and revenue from those as well will also be sent along.
Nah, guys,
with the
you see,
revenue
it's
from
fine.
this video.
It's
Over the
fine that
last
I
couple of
plagiarized and
months,
stole work.
I've been getting in touch with
I'm giving the money to
people
charity
who I
now.
plagiarized to apologize one-on-one.
That is awesome,
instead of a
Ukrainian.
mass
Thank you so goddamn much, Penny.
apology. It's a bit difficult because many of them don't have public email addresses, so I'm still
Okay, you know, also, I actually, there's no reason for me to pause this. I'm just going to continue talking.
working on it, but it is.
I'm going to
a
say
top
something mean about this
priority
guy
of mine.
that isn't.
I've heard back from a few.
I
of
just
them,
don't care. He
and
reminds me
they
of the
were
Quiznos sub
actually
monstrosities.
incredibly nice.
Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Accepting
The
my
Quiznos mascots?
apology and just imploring me to do better in the future.
The fucking sponge monkeys? That's actually what they were
I
called.
want to thank them publicly.
These
for
things.
that. There's plenty that I haven't heard.
They
back
were called
from,
the
and I
sponge
completely
monkeys.
Understand that in many cases, I wouldn't
Horrible.
want to talk to me either. I also want to apologize to
It
my
does sound like a slur.
audience, though.
Wait, that's Subway?
You
No, that's
trusted
Quiznos.
me to be
Oh,
a
wait,
good
yeah, Jared
representative
was,
of the
Subway.
queer community, and I was not that. I tried to be. I tried to be a voice for every member of the queer community.
I
but that
tried to
was
be a voice for every member of the queer community by
failed
stealing the
endeavor.
words of every member of the queer community.
Before it even started. I'm a cis white.
You're not late at all.
gay
Don't,
man.
Kurai Wolf.
No matter how much I try to be a good spokesperson, I can never really truly understand the life experiences.
No, dude.
far
None of
more
what you did
put
had anything to
upon
do with you not
members
understanding other
of the
people's life
queer
experiences.
community. This is one of the reasons that I would use their own words.
Okay, I got exactly this far into the video, and then I was just like, oh, fuck this guy. He literally starts out the video by saying, I didn't think I as a white cis man could speak for minorities in a way that would that would appeal to mainstream audiences. So I stole all of their work. But you don't understand, it was so that their message could reach the masses. And it's just like, how on earth does that make it better? How on earth does you stealing their work somehow, like, wash your hands of plagiarizing hundreds of videos? Like, no, guys, you don't understand. I didn't think anyone would do business at that store, which is why I stole money from it. It's why I broke in and took money out of the cash register. I didn't think anyone would do business there. Like, do you understand how insane that actually is on its face? And that's when I stopped watching this apology video, because This is the best he's got. This is the best it's gonna be. I know it's gonna be terrible from here on out. He's just a little birthday boy.
But I should have made it very clear that that's what I was doing. I never, ever.
No, even if you made it clear that's what you were doing, it still would have been theft. What you should have done, if that was at all your intention, which I do not believe, you should have reached out to the content creators and worked with them and collaborated with them to make something new and like highlight some of their other work, or you could like do original work of your own and like highlight one of their videos or whatever to direct like eyeballs in that direction. God.
Thought that I was the only voice out there, as some have said, but being a cis white man, I thought I might be able.
Do you think that the auto captions, like the captions on the video, are capitalizing CIS because they think that it's a reference to Star Wars? That's what I choose to believe.
To win over some people who wouldn't otherwise listen unless it was someone who looks and sounds just like them. And so I tried speaking for everyone.
I thought he was non-binary. Nope.
And this
Just
was
gay.
a horrible mistake.
Though, is he gay? At this point, there are so many lies.
What I thought was being inclusive ended up leading to a lot of people feeling left out and even offended.
Does Brutus
This
Mars
fell
is gay?
upon Nick as well as a
Oh,
non-binary
code mode.
person on the
Code mode.
ace
That's the direct.
spectrum.
That's the direct analogy.
They
He's
wanted to
queer video
include
essayist George Santos.
asexuality and non-binary representation in our videos, but because Nick's experience is not universal,
Oh, yeah, he's needlessly close to the camera to hide his hideous outfit. I mean, for God's sake, like, I can tell his outfit is hideous, and I'm, like, I can just see the like, if you're gonna make an apology video, don't, like, have a outfit that makes it look like you popped your collar, okay? Just pro tip.
there is no universal experience. People felt that we were delegitimizing their own experiences because we focused on Nick's, and I apologize for that. And I'm sure that Nick does as well. I'd also like to extend a personal apology to Jesse Earl, better known as Jesse Gender. Out of everyone that I spoke to who was also a YouTuber, Jesse was by far the kindest person. I think Jesse might be one of the kindest people I've ever met.
And you fucked her over, dude. Like, constantly.
Or ever encountered. We never actually met in person.
Oh, Sweetmint's music.
Because
As you can tell from the top of the screen, people have the ability to slow and speed up this this apology video. It's quite literally a new form of torture I'm pioneering for the U.S. government. The CIA has sponsored this stream.
of my hot-headedness, I
What? This man has never been hot-headed in
threw
his life.
her into just this anger spiral of mine that was unwarranted and absolutely ruined a possible friendship. Jessie was actually doing her best to kind of
Jack admitting to literal Fed posting. Yep,
mitigate
that's me.
my frustration and everything and at that moment, and I just wasn't allowing her to do that, and I really, truly, honestly
No,
want to apologize.
wait, okay, Lockamar, you bring up a great point that I had going on in the back of my mind as well. Is James Somerton the inspiration for like the stone toss like lib / gay? Why so slow? Because chat can slow it or speed it up through donos and subs. Is he? Because, like, I can see it. And I was low-key wondering that. And he... apparently he was doing video essays for a long time. I've never heard of him before all this. The cool thing about listening to this all slow is that it just tells me what would happen if Noam Chomsky fucking sucked. Maybe Somerton plagiarized Stone Toss. I like the idea of James Somerton reading a Stone Toss comic, misunderstanding it, thinking that like the gay character in the comic strip is actually pretty cool looking and trying to emulate that look, stealing the look from Stone Toss. That would be incredible if true.
Apologize to her for that. Again, if you ever get the chance to speak with Jessie one-on-one, or if you have gotten the chance, you'll know just how nice she is and how kind. And I was a real asshole.
Yo!
I need to end this.
I am going to interpret I'm going to interpret that as subs for speeding it up. Thank you, Sweet Myths Music, for the 2 tier 1 subs. Let's go.
For dragging her into my reactionary, unwarranted frustration. We haven't spoke since all of that happened. But Jessie, if you are watching this,
Can I count my tier 4 even though it was before the nightmare? I'll allow it.
this video,
But on which way?
I do want you to know that I am honestly sorry for that. I hope, truly, honestly, I hope everything goes as well as possible for you because you deserve all of it. There was a misunderstanding between Jesse and I. After
Sorry.
that happened, that I do want to clear up, where someone who at least claimed to be a
So a tier 4 would be 5? No. 8 subs. Okay. We will speed it up.
fan of Jesse's, did an internet
I'll
and
allow it.
threatened to kill me, which is,
For tier 4.
you know,
Here we go.
being a person on the internet, death threats are,
Wait, what?
did an internet and threatened to kill me, which is, being a person on the internet, death threats are unfortunately not uncommon. At the time, though, I was in a very panicked state, and so I did report it to the police. I did not report Jesse to the police.
Why would you report Jessie to the police? She's not the one making the death threat. She never encouraged her audience to make death threats. Why would you report Jessie to the police? That's a weird thing to say. Is this normal speed? We're actually at 0.75. We haven't even hit normal speed yet.
Which is the misunderstanding that people came away with. I did not report Jesse to the police. I would have no reason to do that. And
yeah, he says he didn't report Jesse to the police, but why would he be clarifying that he didn't report Jesse to the police? That had nothing to do with what he was talking about. He was talking about reporting the person who made death threats to the police.
It did end up that this person had a prior record with the police of violent acts, and they actually lived quite near me. So the police took it very seriously. They took it so seriously that they implored me not to speak to Jesse, which I took their advice on, which I shouldn't have, honestly. I should have at least clarified to Jesse what was going on and not just left her hanging. And so I want to, again, apologize to Jesse for that. But in that state, I listened to the police.
Yeah, it does seem like maybe you could, in your video, throw up, like, you can block out all of the identifying information from, like, a DM and just, like, throw it up on your video, I guess.
Which is, maybe not the best decision.
Oh, to clear up a misconception? Did people think that he had called the
usually
police
have
on
the
Jesse
best
Gender?
interests of people at heart. So, Jesse, I want to apologize for that and everything else that happened. Completely understand why you would not want to speak to me.
But again, given that this man has done absolutely nothing to rebuild his reputation, I don't see any reason to believe him when he makes these claims without any receipts.
Ever again, but I just want you to know that I am sorry. But now back on the original topic, the work Nick and I were doing on the channel, we wanted it to be, for everyone. We wanted it to be a channel where every queer person could feel welcomed, and we failed at that. That is something that in hindsight I think is impossible to create, and that's why it's important for there to be many different queer voices in spaces like YouTube, and there are. What's more important is that those voices are discoverable.
Yeah, exactly. Very knifey duck. This is kind of like his
helping
deal, right?
with. I often shared other queer creators on Twitter, but this was when I only had, 800, 1,000 Twitter followers.
What? but like sharing, no one's mad at you for sharing queer people's content on Twitter. They're mad at you for stealing their content, passing it off as your own, and then profiting from it.
And these creators usually had a whole lot more than that. It was a weird thing because usually they would have infinitely more Twitter followers, but a whole lot less YouTube subscribers.
Ooh, Paladin, I like this
I'm not
drinking
sure
game.
what created that dichotomy.
Every time he uses idpol to try and defend himself, take a drink. I'll be using this caffeinated beverage
But something was definitely off
because I'm
with
out of
the
whiskey.
algorithm there. There is a part of my brain that says YouTube kind of went, oh, white male queer, let's push him and,
What?
ignore everyone else.
Is he trying to allege that, like, someone at YouTube was directly responsible for pushing his videos into prominence? Trains, kits, etc. Thank you for the $10 dono, or super chat. And please clarify in chat if you are donating for speeding up the video or slowing down the video, or neither.
In the community, whereas people were able to actually discover other queer creators on Twitter and then make their way to YouTube, but the YouTube algorithm kind of, that's the
Neither?
most negative
Okay.
interpretation I have of it, which unfortunately may be true in any case.
Yeah, no, he's literally blaming YouTube for his plagiarism. It's insane. This is crazy.
Should have done more to share the voices of other queer people. Certainly the people whose works I used, both credited and plagiarized in my videos, but also just other creators on YouTube. It's important for us as a community, as vaguely defined as we are, to support each other. And I didn't do that nearly enough.
No, you did the opposite. You stole from other people. You actively hurt other people, which I think is the part he doesn't get or refuses to get.
Day one, I was very taken in by the idea of being a YouTuber. As soon as my videos started to get recommended by the algorithm, after not releasing a new video for like 2 years, I felt like I had a short period of time to get the next videos out as soon as possible, which is why so little work was put into the writing of them, and so much was taken from other places, plagiarized. Early on, I thought crediting authors in the opening credits alone was enough, especially since the videos weren't monetized early on. But I understand now, especially after speaking with some of the people who I did plagiarize, that was just, I was wrong. That was not the way to go about it. They should have.
That was not the way to go about what? Stealing their content? What would have been the correct way to do that, James?
Been cited properly within the text of the video. They should have been called out in the video at least once verbally, as well as, having citations on screen. If there were a whole lot of them, like with, one of the examples that H Bomber Guy used in his video was the Deep Cuts video. There were a whole lot of people who I, credited in the opening credits, but really it's plagiarism. They should have been cited on screen
There's no way he would have done this. Just as an FYI, from the amount of plagiarism that he had done, like we're talking like half of the video would have been cited from someone else's content. We're talking like there's no way he would have cited that because it would have been too fucking embarrassing. Would have been too embarrassing for him to admit that he had stolen that much content. Like, and I do think it would have been stealing even if he had cited it, you know? Like if you turn in a paper in college and 80% of it, 70% of it is just one long block quote from another paper, you're going to fail. That paper, is this video new or old? I mean, it came out 2 days ago, so new. It's a second apology video. A second apology video has hit the towers.
With actual citations of, you know, links where you can find this stuff. Maybe there should have even been a bibliography that you could have gone to, like on a Google Drive or something like that. Because, you know, although I might have stated that the scripts were based upon the work of these authors, it, in many cases, wasn't just based on
He has
their
a
work.
wait. He has a Patreon. Oh my God! What? 11 paid members. Incredible. "24 members. Wow. I can't. The audacity of this bitch.
Was their work, word for word. In some cases, I did get permission, like with the Evil Queen's Disney video. I'll put the email up on the screen that I got from Sean Griffin, where he did give me permission to publish the video. I sent the finished video to him, and he watched it and he gave me permission. But in most cases, I didn't get permission and thought that just putting the author's name in the opening credits was enough. I was much more interested in the production.
Also, I know that this is a small thing. And really, it's petty of me to point this out. But, what's going on with this little, like, lip tag right here? I don't think it's spittle. Valhalla video, what? He was 6 when Fesh did his react? Yeah. Are we okay? Wait, the letter was from after the video went up? The email. Wait, so he didn't ask for permission and then like put up the video. No, he put up the video and then after he was caught for plagiarism, like the person he plagiarized was like, "Yeah, actually it's okay." That's what a sack of shit.
Of the videos than the writing of them at this point. So after 3 or 4 videos, I brought Nick on as a main writer for the channel. The idea is that they would write the vast majority of the scripts, I
Oh.
would film, voice, and edit the videos.
Oh, it
and
wasn't your
we'd split
fault.
the
It
money
was
that came in.
your
We were
editor,
roommates at the
Nick.
time, and Nick didn't have a job, so I figured it would help both
Nick, your roommate, who we've never heard of before.
of us. This is actually when we had some of our
Wait, is Nick an actual person or is he making him up? I genuinely, he's so far down a rabbit hole of lies that I don't know if if Nick is a real person. Yeah, like is Nick like his Canadian boyfriend? Wait, that doesn't work. If you're in Canada, do people lie about having US boyfriends? I don't know what I don't know what the reverse joke is. Nick's a real person? Okay. We do? Nick is in the H-Bomber guy video? Oh, that guy. Okay.
biggest videos, like the ones talking about Wiccan and Hulkling, where we lucked out because it came out right in time for WandaVision to hit. And then the Killing Stalking video, which became our biggest video by far. The Sadism of Class was another one. These videos weren't plagiarized, and we loved making them. It didn't.
Man, it's really bad when he has to note which videos are or aren't plagiarized, and he's probably still lying about the ones he's saying aren't.
Take long for the channel income to start growing. Lucky timing, really, because this was around the same time that I was laid off, since the company that I was working for downsized once COVID hit its second year. Nick and I had both grown up poor, so we started doing what we could to try and stabilize our income as much as possible. This meant putting out more videos, which meant I had to take over more of the writing duties. But since filming, editing, usually doing...
Oh, okay. So Nick is not like complicit with this plagiarism scam. It's been a hot minute since I watched the H-Bomber guy video, so thank you guys for reminding me about details from that. Nick did not know about this, right? Oh, he is? Nick knew? Oh, shit. Okay. It gets weird because it seems like Nick was trying to escape James and James stalked him across Canada. Jesus. Maybe I didn't wind up finishing the H-Bomber guy video. I don't remember that.
Multiple edits because of YouTube copyright issues, as well as managing the channel and dealing with my mom's recent cancer diagnosis.
Well, you see, guys, he had to plagiarize because of being poor and his mom's cancer diagnosis. It was the only way for him to survive. It was, how dare you guys criticize him for plagiarizing? To him, it was a deed of survival. It was like stealing a loaf of bread to feed your family, you see. It was the only ethical thing to do.
All of that was already taking up so much of my time.
H-Bomber guy
and
thought
attention.
Nick didn't know?
This led to a lot of copy and pasting blocks of text into scripts. My intention at the time was to use these as a jumping off point once Nick and I sat down to edit the script, because that's what we would do. I would sort of put in my parts.
I'm going
Nick would
to
put in
I'm going to
his
take a
parts,
drink
and then
because
we
I
would
think
sit down
poverty
at a
is part of
table,
the id poll game he's
read
playing.
through the whole script and kind of try and make it seem cohesive. But and here's
Nick didn't know?
something
Okay, I'm getting very confused from
I'm
chat.
sure a lot of people will call a bullshit excuse.
Yeah.
I have memory issues
No.
because of a head injury from when I was a child.
No.
Actually getting worse. I've talked about it on streams and in videos. Yes, it is real.
Okay. even if you grant that he actually has memory issues, even if you grant that, chat, even if you grant that as a result of injury he is neurodivergent now, that still doesn't absolve you of stealing from other people. Like, maybe it would maybe it would like explain a one-off case where you just like were going to cite something and then forgot. But this is a consistent, persistent, extraordinary issue. Like, on a systemic level, you had a system in place to steal content and whitewash it as your own. Like, that. Oh, I have bad memory issues. That's why I've just been walking out of Best Buy with $10,000 worth of merchandise. You know, I forgot whether or not I had a TV at home, and so I thought the manager of the store gifted me a large screen, QLED, 72-inch. I walked out of the store with it. I just, I forgot that it wasn't mine.
But some people will call it a bullshit excuse anyway. The head injury is actually what led to me having epilepsy, which is why I can't work in any job that involves physical labor. Employers can't get insurance for me to like lift things or operate vehicles and stuff like that. I actually did marketing for a restaurant group for a little while, but got let go when they found out that I was epileptic because, at least according to them, I couldn't be insured to be in the kitchens where I needed to be to film videos and take photos and stuff.
If this was true, he could sue that. If this was true, he could sue that company into oblivion for violating like his rights. I don't believe this story.
Stuff like that. But anyway, when it came to editing the scripts, I couldn't remember what I'd written and what had been copy pasted. We should have just chucked out everything that I had put.
Is this guy
into the
Canadian?
script
Yeah.
And filled them in with wholly original.
Yeah, like I'm not up on Canadian law. Here, I'm just gonna look up. Can you fire someone for having a disability in Canada? An employer can't legally dismiss you solely because you're unable to work due to injury, illness, or medical issues. Such an action would be a violation of your employment rights, disability rights, and critically your human rights under Ontario's laws. I have a feeling this is probably somewhat consistent across, territorial lines.
Thoughts.
Province lines, there we go.
I should have been taking notes on where things came from so that we could at least cite them in the videos, if nothing else, but I never did that. According to my therapist, my not thinking to do that probably stems from my recently diagnosed ADHD, but I don't know if I'm willing.
In poll. My God. I hope those of you playing along at home are also drinking water.
To say that, really.
Thank you,
Maybe
CN.
it was, or maybe it was just plain laziness. Maybe I thought that this was somewhere that I could cut a corner because I was torn in so many other directions. Honestly, I can't remember, like I said. Memory issues. But yes, we should have just thrown out my contributions to the scripts and filled them in with original writing. But we felt like we had too much of a time crunch.
Notice how you keep saying we, when again, the allegation is that he stole all of this content. He's trying to like diffuse the blame for this across himself and Nick.
We felt like we had to get videos out more often to feed the algorithm. And then my mom died, and I became completely useless. I couldn't think straight at all. So Nick had to completely take over writing duties while I
Oh, it was all Nick. Nick was doing it all, baby. Oh, Paladin, I wish I knew the song you were trying to write there. H-Bommy came in and he caught me red-handed, cribbing from the guy next door. Picture this, I was so brain-damaged I couldn't tell what I stole anymore. How could I forget that I had no actual integrity? All this time he was standing there, pointing at my lack of credibility. I'm James Somerton. What? I'm James Somerton, y'all!
I dealt with things you deal with.
Oh, it
after
wasn't
a
me.
person
That's clever.
dies.
I don't know
My
that song.
dad, you see, he can't read or write. He was very poor when he was a kid, so he had to leave school really young to work in order to feed his many brothers.
Well, okay, Dylan, also to be fair, this is still not playing at normal speed. Holy shit, Jack, it's Wasn't Me by Shaggy. I don't know music, guys. I didn't listen to music until I was like 15, outside of like show tunes. So, I probably should have known that I was gay/trans much earlier in life, but I didn't really pick up on the theme of my musical interests.
Brothers and sisters. So I had to deal with all the legal stuff after my mom died, as well as making sure
Thank you,
that
Venus
all
Bloodflow.
my dad's bills were paid and whatnot. Especially after
Jenny
his
12 gauge,
income was
exactly.
basically cut in half. There was supposed to be a buffer here, money-wise, as my mom had a life insurance policy that was going to be split between my dad and myself.
How is this at all relevant to you stealing other people's work? Like, make it make sense.
But the insurance company, RBC Insurance, so if you have insurance with them, maybe rethink that, refused to pay out the policy because my mother never mentioned that she had family with diabetes. She didn't have diabetes.
That sounds illegal or a lie. Oh, the lady who bought life insurance from us didn't mention that our family members had diabetes. Guess we don't have to pay our life insurance. No, I don't think that's how life insurance policies work. I don't think that's how that works, guys. If that is what they tried to do, that's grounds for another entire lawsuit. Because his mom died, she made him steal work by being selfish and dying. It's unironically his argument right now. She died of cancer, not complications from diabetes. But no. He's saying that the life insurance company denied paying out her life insurance policy because other people in her family had diabetes. Which is insane. Like, that's not how life insurance companies work. To the best of my knowledge.
Diabetes, but because she didn't think to mention that she had family with diabetes, it apparently voided the policy. All they did was refund a year's worth of premiums that she'd paid, even though she'd been paying them for about 15 years. one of the things, the main thing, really, that I was supposed to do
Nah,
with my portion of the
nah, I don't believe this. I'm sorry. I don't believe that. I don't believe, especially in Canada, that happened. And was allowed to just, like, he didn't challenge it. No shot. Any lawyer worth their salt would challenge that in court and, like, do it without any upfront costs because they know they're gonna make bank on the back end.
insurance money was I was supposed to make a movie. These were direct instructions from my mom herself. She'd been very much behind me when I decided.
Yeah, exactly, Penny. You have to do health disclosure form for a lot of policies, and if you were found to have omitted information related to the way you died, it might be grounds for you not paying the claim. But not if you didn't talk about other people in your family with diabetes.
Decided when I was about 10 that I wanted to be a filmmaker. And she wanted me to finally have the opportunity to do that, even if she never got to see it. So when the
Venus Bloodflow writes, after my mom was murdered, oh my god, my condolences, Aflac tried not to pay. The lawyer said, show me the policy, and the Aflac guy then gave in. Yeah, like 100%.
life insurance went bust, I decided to try and crowdfund it.
Decided to try
At least
stealing
enough
other
to
people's
make
content.
A short film or two. This is what
Good night, Metal Kitty Mom.
Telos grew out of. So, what happened with Telos? Let me break down the timeline.
Wasn't this... Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't this guy, like, one of the biggest queer, like, video essayists? Like, I'm not familiar with his content, but, like, with the size that he should have been making a lot of money off of the YouTube channel. Like, can someone give me, like, a range of, like, subscribers for his videos? Like, what was, like, his general subscriber base? His Patreon was huge. Because, like, even without the Patreon, he was making $8,000 a month on Patreon alone, and he had 250,000 subscribers. I mean, like, I'm just doing some quick mental math. Yeah, I mean, like, that's easily... That's honestly, like, easily somewhere in the range of, like, 15K per month. You know? Oh, he spent like 10K on a pro camera. Even, like, again, even with, like, outrageous expenses on 15K USD. Yeah, like, even with outrageous expenses on, like, cameras and stuff, if you're making $15,000 a month, you can drop 10K on, like, a good quality camera for your videos. That would actually make sense as, like, a business decision, because, like, that's something you're going to be using all the time for your work. But, like, there's no... I don't buy this whole, like, sob story of, like, oh, well, you know, we were dirt poor, we were struggling to get by. There was no, there was no way we could make it. Like, his narrative is, like, as if he's, like, little orphan Annieing his way through life over here. Like he's living in like a bombed out warehouse. He also sold ads on most videos. Yeah, okay, so he was probably also making several thousand dollars off of each video as well, like in additional ad sales. Like, there's again, I'm just gonna, from my anecdotal data as a 4,000 subscriber queer YouTube channel, there is no shot that this guy was like scrimping and saving to get by, the buttons falling off of his shirts and just unable to like just mud on his face, a big disgrace, kicking a can all over the place. That I don't believe that. This narrative that he's spinning here is completely divorced from any kind of reality.
We launched the campaign in February.
Wait, the camera that he bought, the $10,000 camera he bought, he bought it as a prop to put this thing right here, this black blob is the $10,000 camera. He's not even using it. He went from over 300,000 subscribers on YouTube to 238,000. That's insane. Wow. Yeah, also, what a waste of money. He spent all that money on a camera and he looks like he's lit like dog shit. Or the color grading on the camera is completely fucked. Like what are you doing, James? What are you doing? What did you spend all that money on, James?
2022. We hoped to raise $3,000 to produce.
He's using his webcam, guys, to show he's a man of the people.
A short film that we hoped that we would then use as a sort of proof of concept to attract investors, either private, public, or through Canada's telefilm program, to produce a feature. Some people online have stated that $3,000 never would have covered the cost of a short film, but these were not going to be...
What? Okay, wait.
Feature. Some people online have stated that $3,000 never would have covered the cost.
Again, if you're making like $15,000 a month, why on earth would you need to crowdfund for $3,000 for a short film?
Cost of a short film, but these were not going to be unionized movies, and we were very clear about that up front.
Why would... Okay, first of all, I'm not entirely sure about the relevance of this entire story he's weaving here, but second of all, why would you include the fact that you were going to be a non-union production in the video where you're apologizing for being a massive thieving piece of shit?
We wanted to be able to pay actors as best that we could, but we never expected to be able to reach typical union wages.
What? Why? You were making $150,000 a year, James. Why not just crowdfund? You had a subscriber base of over 330,000, James. Why would you not just crowdfund a larger amount to pay union dues, James?
The crew was going to be made up of people that I had gone to film school with. Everyone, including
Corwin Shelway. Also, we've been going for almost 2 hours now. Folks, if you'd like to speed up the stream, it has currently been slowed down and sped up. But you can donate subs or just direct donos to speed up or slow down the video. And just include in your donation or super chat or your subscriber message that you want it to speed up or slow down. And we will continue messing around with the speed of this video.
including Nick and myself, we were roommates at the time living on the East Coast, were more than happy to work behind the scenes for free.
We're not at less than half. We're actually at 0.75, Paladin.
We planned on writing a movie with a small cast and only 1 or 2 locations, ideally ones that we could get access to for free. Again, we assumed all the money
Is East
would
Coast
go to the
Idpol?
actors. We kind of looked at this as a sort of community theater troupe, but for
You were making a professional production with a community theater troupe. Why?
filmmaking. After the campaign launched, it did infinitely better than we could have expected, and our ambitions grew. We
Oh, God,
started
Paladin.
planning to make a feature instead of a short film. And the plan was to take this around to film festivals.
Uh-huh.
The feature we settled on, entitled Final Girl, was about the lone survivor of a slasher movie type massacre
Jenny 12
10
gauge.
years after the fact.
Thank you
The
for
least
subscribing.
learned
She was
Substreak
publishing
ever.
a book about her ordeal. Drawing attention from people online, convinced that she had actually been
Wait, Jenny 12 gauge. Do you want it faster? All right. Again, that's 1 sub. You don't get to dictate how fast it goes with your sub, but you can say whether you want it to go faster or slower. And your sub goes towards the sub goal of making it fast or slow.
been the killer all along. In the end, we would find
Got you
out
on the
that
board,
the
Jenny.
killer was the boyfriend of the girl who the main character had secretly been dating at the time of the killings. And most of the people he killed were, in his eyes, collateral damage as he made his way to our main character. Because he was
Malachi!
Warp Speed Sulu.
Let's go! Tier 2 sub! Woof, woof, woof. That's a tier 2 sub noise, the woof noise.
not happy that his girlfriend was cheating on him with a girl. And to those who say that I plagiarized the plot from the novel Final Girl Support Group by Grady Hendrix, read the book. It's nothing like the plot of the movie.
I am unaware of this. Let's see. Lynette Tarkington is one of several women who make up the Final Girl Support Group, a group of women who are the sole survivors of horrific massacres. Adrian was a camp counselor who survived a killer who claimed he was seeking revenge for a non-existent son. Marilyn was attacked by bloodthirsty cannibals. Danny's brother Nick escaped from a mental asylum and on Halloween slaughtered anyone who stood between him and his sister. Julia was left a final girl after her boyfriend and one of his friends decided to turn her into a final girl. That sounds somewhat similar. And Heather had to face a dream killer. Lynette herself had to deal with a situation dubbed the Silent Night Slayings by the media. Their experiences left a lasting impact on their lives that has endured into later adulthood. One of them is murdered. Lynette thinks that someone's out to finish the work of all of the previous murderers. That's the synopsis here. I have no idea if this is similar or not. I also don't care, because it's completely irrelevant to the larger points aligned against James Somerton.
And the final girl is a trope in horror movies. So if using the final girl trope is plagiarism, then basically everyone who's made a slasher movie since Texas Chainsaw Massacre owes the Toby Hooper estate some money. But anyway, Nick and I planned out the movie, but I didn't want to start writing it until the campaign ended and the money was actually deposited. After the insurance debacle, I didn't want to count our chickens before they hatched. When the money was
You were making $15,000 a month, like minimum off of your channel. Like that's crazy. Chickens before they hatch.
officially deposited, I immediately began work on the screenplay. I finished it that summer, soon after Nick had left to spend 2 months at home in Ottawa, Ontario with family. I sent the script to him to read right away because I was very proud of it. But Nick didn't want to share his opinion on it until he got back to the East Coast. So in the meantime, I put out a preliminary casting call on local job boards. When Nick got back, he believed
No, yeah, no, Valhalla Video. That's what the that it's a trope. Yeah.
that the script needed a page 1 rework. This is also when he told me that he'd be moving back to Ontario permanently soon, as he wanted to live closer to family and live in a bigger city with more opportunities. This was a punch to the gut for me. We had been living together since 2015 and had become quite dependent on each other. I felt like there was no way that I could make this movie without him. And since I had received not that many replies to the initial casting call, I took this as a sign that Ontario would be a better place to launch Telos.
Drop
even
anchor,
though
Captain Jack. Drop anchor.
Oh shit. Paladin, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. But a shot has been fired across the port bow.
all my professional film connections were on the East Coast. That was a mistake. There I had
Chip chop chip
free
chat.
access to
That means slower. It has to hit 20 subs to get slower. Has to hit 10 subs to get faster. So, we're 7 subs away right now from speeding this up to finally hitting normal speed.
the campground that would serve as the setting for a good portion of the movie, as well as easy access to any number of houses, apartments, and even offices that friends of friends would let me use to shoot. In Ontario, I had none of that.
Michael, congrats on giving your number
which
to a
immediately
girl at
put
the bar
brakes on
tonight.
Final Girl.
Good on you
since
putting
there
yourself
was
out there.
No conceivable way of filming it, at least not within the budget that we had. After Nick and I moved to the Toronto area, he decided that he actually wanted to move home to Ottawa.
Chip chop chip chat.
To
Clock's
the Ottawa
ticking.
area, about 5 hours away, at least for a little while. In the meantime, he would take a train to the GTA, the Greater Toronto Area.
The Grand Theft
once
Auto.
a month.
I've played that video game.
To work on YouTube videos for a few days and then head back. This went on for a little less than a year. So I began brainstorming new movies that we could film in Ontario. This is where the multiple posters and teaser trailers came from. I was trying to create something tangible to show that work was still being done with Telos. I wrote multiple treatments for movies over the next few months, and Nick and
So, wait. So he's done a really shitty job explaining this. Is Telos his, like, production company for this hypothetical film? Is that what this is? Telos is the movie studio? Gotcha. Yeah, I feel like Nick is, being not very subtle about not wanting to work with you.
I eventually landed on one called Antisocial.
Oh, okay. So Telos is like his Patreon, and he like also calls his Patreon like his production company. That makes sense with what we saw on his current Patreon. Okay.
A murder mystery about a former social media clique who had gone their separate ways on very bad terms, and they were coming together for a reunion at a sort of VidCon event. They were all sharing a house, and then some of them were gonna start showing up dead. Around this same time, summer of 2023, Nick had moved to the GTA full time. He and I spent weeks working out exactly how the murder mystery would parse out in the movie. We had a bunch of whiteboards up on my wall, and we were just breaking it down piece by piece.
Oh shit. Paladin Lost writes, I'm going to set an egg timer for 20 minutes. If it goes beep and we're not up to normal speed or faster, I'll donate 18 subs to slow it down. Chat, it's all on you. 7 subs. Seven subs. For the love of God.
I'd put out a new casting call in the GTA and received hundreds of responses. So
Paladin Lost has turned the stream in this apology video into a Saw-like exercise for you to look within yourselves and maybe find a new appreciation for life.
I was planning on casting as soon as the script was finished. But after trying to work out the numbers as far as paying actors went, plus locations, food, costumes, as well as the equipment that we'd already purchased and the legal costs of setting up Telos as a business, we realized that we'd gone way too big with this.
Penny's gonna throw in 3.
The movie had too many characters and too many locations, and it was just way too complex to be able.
See, this is the part I don't get, right? Like, you're making a movie with, like... horror movies are small budget productions. Like, obviously they can be big budget productions, but, like, my God, like, with movies like Skinamarink or, like, Blair Witch, obviously, like, you can put, like $10,000 or less into a horror film and still have it turn out well if you've got talented people working for you, you know? And, God, is HRT covered by health insurance in America? Depending on where you live, if you live in a Republican state, that, you know, maybe not. If you live in a Democratic state, yes, generally.
Able to pull off with the budget. So I started working on.
Okay, he got $67,000 raised for launching Telos, separate from his Patreon. Yeah, that is enough money to actually, like, make a decent, very low budget horror film. Yeah, Skinamarink was made for like $15K. Budget on Blair Witch. Blair Witch Project was made for $60K. Paranormal Activity was made for $15K. Like, you can make a good horror movie or a good, like, what was the budget for Halloween? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, John. Oh, say okay. Halloween was made for, adjusted for today dollars, like $1.4 million. But, like, John Carpenter's film prior to Halloween, Assault on Precinct 13, had a budget of $100K. Like, El Mariachi was made. Yeah, we talked to a guy who worked with Robert Rodriguez on that. You know, like, was made for $5K. You can make a good movie for a low budget. Oh, it's just too complicated. Then make it less complicated. That's part of low budget filmmaking.
A script for a movie called The Listener, about a true crime podcaster focused on the mysterious deaths of homeless gay men in his city.
I didn't know that,
I was
very
a
knifey duck.
fair way into the script when we realized it'd be about a year before we could even film
Chat, we need to come up with 4 more subs, otherwise this is gonna get slow.
anything. Since winter was on its way and the story relied heavily on a summer setting.
On a summer
So we
setting.
went back to the drawing board yet again, finally settling on a modern day adaptation of The Vampire based on the book by John Polidori. It's one of the original works of published vampire fiction.
Hello, viewers. I want to play a game. You're currently watching a react whose content you find insufferable. You have the power to change this by donating. However, if donations do not meet my expectations, I will slow down the stream, prolonging your suffering. The choice is yours. Live or die. Make your choice.
It's never received a proper film adaptation and was in public domain, so we thought it would be a great choice. And the cast could be kept down to basically 5 characters.
Tempest
with only
Fugit
2 of
Memento
them
Mori.
being on screen most of the
Cold,
time.
Ashley.
Nick and I both wrote treatments for it, which we planned on melding together into a final treatment that we
It's the
would
torture
write
arc.
the
You got it,
script
Sonia.
based off of.
Except I cannot take credit for the torture arc. This is entirely community driven. The torture is not derived from me. I may have created the system, but it is being weaponized against you.
We had a meeting about it, and we were talking about how best to move forward, how fast we could get the script written, how long it would take to cast, how soon we could start shooting. We knew that it had been a while since the initial funding of Telos came in, and we wanted to get something concrete out as soon as possible. After the meeting, we went to dinner, and while
We
at
have
dinner,
such sights to show you.
I started getting messages about the H-Bomber Guy video.
Oh no, he's trying to blame H Bomber Guy for killing his movie? Are you serious, dude? Are you serious?
We were in over our heads once we left the East Coast, but the intention was never, ever to take the money and run. I was so...
The intention was never to take the money and run. We just wound up doing that because of H Bomber Guy. It wasn't our fault, you see. We had to do it. We had to run because of H Bomber Guy. He was coming at us, screaming something about selling a house to who, Ben? And I don't even know who Ben is.
insanely excited about getting to make Telos a reality. I was excited about getting to make a short film, let alone a feature. It's always been my dream to make movies. So Telos meant and means the world to me. For Nick,
What? Okay, my question is why? You literally haven't done anything with Telos. Why does it mean the world to you? What prevents you from like packing that up and going and doing something else?
it was a very exciting project, but not his passion. Nick wanted to write novels. He still does. Nick looked at this as a good
Oh, Lacquamar, you haven't missed the latex stream. I just keep forgetting to pick up the latex shine.
creative outlet that was way more fulfilling than writing.
Thank you,
video
Jenny
essays.
12 Gauge. I got new product in my hand.
I should have stayed where I was and not gone to Ontario. The move.
Oh, shit. he confirms he's in Ontario, a place that legitimately protects him from being fired for having epilepsy. Cool.
Uprooted everything that was solid about Telos, and it took a whole year to get it back onto even anything close.
Oh shit, Drago. Paladin Lost is offering an olive branch to chat. If you and Penny donate your combined 7 subs, Penny her 3 and Drago your 4, the bomb will be defused.
To stable footing. But I am working with a producer now. So you can expect an actual product from Telos this year. It will likely be a short film to start off, but there is going to be something coming out of Telos this year. I know I've lost your trust, but I will make nothing financially from this project. The money...
You know, that's interesting coming from a guy who said that he was really struggling and scrimping to get by like 10 minutes ago.
That is there will go wholly to paying queer artists to work on a queer film. I am not, nor have
Penny!
I ever intended to be.
Cutting the purple wire.
Godspeed, Penny. Dun.
One of the
I'm
people
2 minutes
paid
from
by
home. I'm
Telos.
coming, chat. Drago, please drive safely. We're all reacting to this video. Meanwhile, Drago's just like off-roading it.
Neither was Nick. We made this very clear to everyone who asked. During our work on Telos is also when the YouTube channel started getting sponsors, which, as I said, as someone who grew up poor, I basically accepted all of them, except for a few that I didn't think lined up with the message of the channel or had some bad news surrounding
Very
them.
knifey,
There were a
Doc.
couple
Let's
One
that
go.
sub to slow down the
had
video.
some
Hello, Zep
anti-trans
plays.
stuff
Oh shit.
going on in the news, and
Very
I really didn't
knifey,
wanna
Doc.
associate with that. But
A
by
betrayer.
accepting as many sponsors as we did, which became very important when Nick and I started living apart and suddenly had 2 rents to pay.
Dragovich
We
Recordis.
ended up needing to produce
Tokyo drifting
even
home.
more videos, which, along with the work on Telos and making sure everything was okay with my dad while living thousands of kilometers away, meant I had even less.
Dragovich Recordis right now. I don't know what I was expecting. It wasn't that. It wasn't fucking that. Holy shit.
Time writing, putting more stress on Nick and leading to even more copy pasting from me. That's what led to us putting out.
Oh, okay. We finally we took a 15-minute detour. And now we're back to him doing theft. Okay, cool.
6 videos in 1 month at one point. It might have been 5, but in any case, it was way.
You say run
too
goes with
damn
everything.
many videos to go out in 1 month. We tried to take the summer off from YouTube in 2023 to work on Telos exclusively. But even that went up in smoke because my housing situation just... I won't go into it here. I've talked about it ad nauseum on streams and stuff. If you followed me on social media, you know the clusterfuck I ended up in that led to me moving twice in 2 months. In the last couple of months, I've received a lot of emails, as you can imagine.
Paladin!
Many from people
You're
who
so
were...
screwed. Chat. 0.5 minutes left.
Jesus Christ. the dynamic in chat is amazing right now.
Rightfully.
I do like that whenever this content goes up, whenever this segment goes up on YouTube, it's going to be incomprehensible to people who don't watch the the actual live stream. This is great.
Let down. Some from people threatening everything from doxing to violence because of the internet. Some with the kindest words of support I've ever heard, and others simply asking why I made it so difficult to contact me and if I was okay.
Segment?
They
Yeah,
wanted
this
to
will...
know why.
I edit the live streams into segments that go up on the YouTube channel. It's not just it's not just the live streams.
As they put it, I nuked my social media presence. To be frank, it's because I didn't want to exist anymore. If you watched my honestly horrendous apology video back in December,
My guy, did you learn nothing? Did you
We
learn?
can do this, chat.
Wait, Stoudman, is that for Salmon Moose? Wait, Stoudman, was that to make it slower or faster?
Make ITFAAAAAAAAASTER. Subs for the sub gods.
Yo!
Donos for the dono dogs. Woof woof motherfucker.
Stoudman, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Salmon Moose, thank you for the 4 gifted subs. Drago Vitricordis coming through.
Speed I am speed I will jump on the bomb tick tick kaboom.
Drago Vitricordis throws themselves onto the bomb. For the speed up? Okay. So we now are, you actually are just at 6 subs again. And you have successfully sped it up to normal speed. Congratulations, chat. 4 more subs will make it go even faster. Let's go!
You know, I tried to make that happen. The not existing thing. But it was more intense than...
Put down the bomb and no one gets
Put
hurt.
down the bomb
too
and
many
nobody
pills.
gets
It's
hurt.
not that I
Monka
didn't
gun.
want to be alive anymore.
I do like that text-to-speech reads out the emotes. I do like that a lot. We're now 3 subs away from making it faster and ending this apology video as soon as possible.
It's that I wished I'd never existed at all. That everyone I'd ever known...
Restart the
would
video
be
whenever
better
the
off
speed changes. That would
had
be...
I just never been there.
We need to find the video that we could do that with. That would be kind of funny.
Very George Bailey.
Stream ends whenever the
Which is
video
fitting.
ends.
Given that it was Christmas time. It's only thanks to some very, very dedicated doctors and nurses and one very good friend.
Drago, thank you so much
that
for
I'm
your cunning
even here
sacrifice.
able to film this right now. I'm not going to name her because I don't want to expose anyone else to the small but seriously unstable group of people who watched the plagiarism in YouTube video and thought, well, he should be dead. Like I said, it was a very small group. But when they find out your address And some of them are actually in your city. They can be terrifying. And they did find my address. And at least a couple of them showed up while I was at the hospital. My neighbors did report them to the police, and I won't go into any more details than that. I'm not sure if I legally even can, but there's a reason I left Ontario within a week of getting the okay to do so from the doctors. So what's next then? Like I said, you'll notice that a few of my videos are live again on the channel. These ones don't come from plagiarized content, and for the most part are written entirely by Nick. Nick lost 3 years worth of work when everything on the channel was taken down. And that's simply not fair to Nick. He worked hard writing those videos and deserves to have something to point to when he's looking for new writing work. I've also done some...
You could just like, I don't know, send him all of the finalized copies of the videos. You don't have to put them back up, but okay.
Some heavy editing on other videos that did contain other people's writing, breaking it down to only original content, again, so that Nick has an actual portfolio of work. As mentioned at the beginning of the video, revenue from these will be going to the H Bomber Guy team to be sent out to the writers I plagiarized from or donated to charity. However it works out in the end. These edited videos will be going back up on the channel in the next few days, I think, along with 2 completed video essays that we didn't actually get to release before everything happened. There's also some recent videos that didn't have any plagiarism that the sponsor asked to be taken down and their ads removed. So they'll also be going back up without the sponsors, obviously. And soon I will be releasing a new video written entirely by me, properly cited, with all sources credited. Maybe no one will watch it, but I hope you do. I want to prove that I have the ability to do this without abusing other people's work. It's a very different kind of video than I used to make, though. I'd say it's more of a documentary than a video essay. You won't find my opinions anywhere.
Thanks,
They're
River
just cited
Shards.
facts. I'd like to keep making videos like these new ones about people and events in gay history and definitive gay movies that you maybe...
Here's the thing, though, right? Like, you could grant him all of this, right? Like, you could be like, oh, okay, he wants to make videos about queer history and stuff. He could do that without attaching his name and face to it. You know, like, he could do that without attaching a name, a face, or even his own, like, unaltered voice. You know? There's nothing about making content that requires him to have his face talking into a camera, you know, like as part of the content. He could hire someone to do voice acting. He could do a number of different, he could like animate the videos, he could like have still images, he could do like a Sean type channel where like he gets someone else to read a script he wrote. But he's incapable of doing that because there's something wrong with him. I don't know what it is, and I don't think it's anything that he said in this video.
Never heard of stuff like that. It's actually something that I planned on doing this year anyway. There would be 2 videos a month. Nick would write a video essay, and I would write one of these documentary style videos.
But he wouldn't get clout doing that?
Fulfill
True.
the 2 videos per month sponsorship deal that we had at the time. I have no sponsors now, so probably not going to be 2 videos a month. It'll probably just be the one, which will give more time for research and citation and crediting and making sure that there is no misinformation in the videos, which I know I know that misinformation made its way into our past videos. That was not something that we intended. In some cases, it was information that I was told by people that I considered experts. In other cases, it was information that we had researched. In other cases, it was things that Nick had learned in university. The point being, it was never malicious. We weren't trying to lie about things, despite what a lot of people think. We were not trying to spread misinformation. That was not.
No one's accusing you of spreading misinformation. They're accusing you of theft.
Ever our intention. And that's something else that I want to apologize for. As for my Patreon, everyone can stop worrying about me
Misinformation.
relaunching it right in time for a billing cycle. That will not be happening. I don't want anyone who either doesn't know about the plagiarism or simply forgot to unsubscribe to get billed. So I'm going to start from zero. I have put together a new Patreon account. So if you want to support my documentaries about gay history, fantastic. Honestly, your faith in me after everything means the world to me. If not, I completely understand. Like I said, I've lost your trust.
Yep.
I'm going to work my ass off to earn it back, though. And I know for some of you, I'll never be able to do that, but I'm going to try anyway. You know, there's a link in the description to the Patreon if you want to join it, where you'll be able to see the two yet to be released videos right now, as well as, you know, take part in other stuff that will be on there, like a book club, podcasts, voting on upcoming videos, all the usual Patreon stuff. But this video is not about promoting myself.
I feel like that's exactly what this video is about, right? Like, you're trying to build a foundation for yourself and promote your new work and salvage this entire endeavor. And like, you opened the video by saying you stole work from minorities because you didn't think anyone would see it. And you framed it as if you were doing them a favor. Like, you did that. You said that in the opening 2 minutes of the video. Everything after that is just you trying to rationalize that. It's insane to me.
This video is about me apologizing, and I am incredibly sorry. It was never my intent.
I think if this video is actually about him apologizing, he would have. It would be like 5 minutes long.
For anyone to feel hurt or left out or excluded. It was never my intention to spread misinformation. And I'm really, really sorry that that happened. And, you know, as much as I've tried to explain myself in this video, you know, the memory issues, the ADHD, the personal things that were going on in my life with my mom getting sick and then dying, and trying to make sure that my dad was okay.
Was that a jump cut? Maybe? I don't know. I don't care if they're. I don't care if he's like editing this up.
Okay, following that and everything. Those aren't excuses. There is no excuse for what I did. There are lots of people who make videos on YouTube. There are lots of people who make podcasts, TV shows, movies, documentaries, who have shit going on in their lives that's very stressful, and they don't plagiarize people's work. There is no excuse for what I did. For
Then why is this video 43 minutes long?
everything that happened, whether it be with my mom or the memory issues, there was something I could have done to mitigate that. There's nothing I could have done about my mom getting cancer. But knowing my patrons as I did, in hindsight, I'm pretty damn sure that if I had said, guys, I need to step away for a couple of months to deal with this, I don't think a whole lot of people would have fled the Patreon. A part of me thought they would at the time because I catastrophize, but I really don't think that would have happened. Even in the very beginning, when I was like, oh, I got to get as many videos out as possible, if I had said to those people who subscribed to the channel early on, you know, for the next video, I want to make sure that it's fully correct, and I want to make sure that, you know, it's as high quality as it can possibly be, I don't think anyone would have, you know, unsubscribed or not watched the next video because it didn't come out a couple of weeks after the algorithm decided that I was important for some reason. I convinced myself of these things, but I don't think, in hindsight looking at it, I don't think any of that would have happened. And so there is no excuse for the misinformation, and there is certainly no excuse for the plagiarism. I fucked up bad.
You can tell he's
stole
serious because he
people's-
said an F-bomb. I almost said F slur, but he didn't do an F slur. It was an F-bomb. A distant relative to the H-bomb, I hear.
Words and thoughts and opinions that they worked incredibly hard writing and publishing and finding someone to publish their thoughts and opinions and research, hard research that they had done. And, you know, in some cases I put their names in the opening credits, which I thought was fine. But like I said, I've spoken with some of these people now, and I understand why that was not okay. Because putting someone's name in the opening credits, you know, okay, here's a list of people.
F-bomber guy.
Here's, you know, 7 or 8 people who are, even if it was, you know,
The more adult... Honestly, H-bomber guy should have made his spin-off channel F-bomber guy. Would have been funny.
everyone, even if it wasn't, you know, taking giant chunks of their work, paragraphs at a time, even if it was just a sentence here or there, putting their name in the opening credits doesn't tell anyone where their work is in the video. Nobody can say, oh, I really liked that opinion, or wow, that's a really, you know, smart observation. I want to read more from this person. And then, you know, to find something you found interesting, you have to go play detective. And so, yes, just putting their name in the opening credits was wrong. I thought it was cool and, you know, cinematic, but it was wrong. Citations should have been done properly. There should never have been just chunks of text being put into videos.
No, a carrier exploration.
The Queer History of Hollywood videos that I released this past spring. They were based directly on The Celluloid Closet by Vito Russo, the book, not the documentary. I expanded on it quite a bit, but it was based directly on Vito's work, and I credited him in the opening credits. And I thought it was okay to just do that because the book was out of print and Vito had passed away, unfortunately, from HIV complications due to HIV and AIDS. And I looked at it more as extending his legacy, making sure that people knew about the work that he did. But I don't think I ever mentioned his name in those videos.
Multiple videos don't mention his name, claim you're trying to expand his legacy. Something's not adding up here. That just seems like you're lying. I reject this excuse.
He was, like I said, his name's in the opening credits, but I don't think I ever verbally mentioned his name. Someone who I have so much respect for, who's kind of an idol of mine, and I never mentioned his name. It wasn't because I didn't respect him or anything like that. And it also wasn't because I wanted people to think that this was all me. Again, if that was the case, I wouldn't have put his name in the credits. I never wanted people to think that this was all me. So that's actually one of the videos I want to make. I want to make a documentary style video talking about Vito Russo and his life and everything that he accomplished, because he didn't just write The Celluloid Closet. He did a lot more than that. He's someone that people should know about. Obviously, people can research him. There's books about him. But I know, it's easier to sit down and watch a 20 or 30-minute YouTube video than it is to read a book. I'd like to make a video about Vito Russo, properly cited and not just, copy-pasted from a book. I want to do the work.
It's interesting that he keeps saying copy-pasted instead of stolen. You stole it and tried to pass it off as your own. And you got away with it for a long time, guy.
I want to prove, not just to you, but to myself, that I can do the work. And that's why I've started making these documentaries, working on these. I can't really put into words how sorry I am. I've tried writing like a blog entry to say that I was...
Yeah, honestly, beep, that's actually a really great idea. If he wanted to make amends, every person he plagiarized from, he should reach out and pay them to make the video he plagiarized. I think that's a great idea. Get them to redo the video that he claimed was his, but actually under their name. Maybe collate all of them on his channel, and then once he has made amends, leave that channel be and go. Yeah, maybe even he could ask if he could continue making videos on the channel once he's done. But if not, then let that channel rest as a testament to their work and their labor, and then go start his own YouTube channel and build up from scratch again. I think that would do an enormous amount of restoration of his public perception. I think people would believe that he had actually changed and learned from this experience if he did that, but I don't think he's going to do anything remotely like that,
Sorry for about 2 months now. And I can't get across how sorry I am. And I know actions speak way louder than words. And I hope with my actions that I can show you that I am sorry. I'm sorry to everyone I plagiarized. I'm sorry to everyone I've hurt. I'm sorry to people who feel lied to. I'm sorry to people who feel like I abused the queer community.
You did?
My intention. Again, I'm sorry to Jesse. There were actually several other YouTubers who were very nice to me. But I feel like with everything that went down, Jesse is the one that I should apologize to the most. I'm sorry for the people who felt scammed, who thought that Telos was a grift. It was not. It is not. I am very sorry. And I hope, given time, and my actions proving it, that you can believe me.
Hi there. I'm...
Oh God, that was such a quick transition. Yeah, my God, I'm sorry you feel bad is not an apology. I don't know how to convey this to you guys, but I'm sorry you feel that way is not ever an apology. You apologize by saying, I'm sorry for what I did, Also, Tipster, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. And that's right, folks. We did it. We made it through the James Somerton apology. So what have we learned? 1, don't steal other people's work. 2, if you have to make an apology video, make it short. 3, wear a better outfit in your apology video. 4, use your $10,000 camera that you bought that's sitting behind you in your apology video to film your apology video. 5, don't make constant excuses after you start and end the video by saying there's no excuse for what I've done. Are we talking James Somerton? We just finished the apology video. You've missed it. You've been spared. Because we were also playing a game where people could donate subs to have it sped up or slowed down. So you guys missed a James Somerton apology at 0.25 speed, 0.5 speed, 0.75 speed, and only in the last like 10 minutes at normal speed. That may be for the best. It will be up on the YouTube channel if you are so inclined to check it out. Welcome, folks. How y'all doing? My name's Riverboat Jack. I am a trans lady. I'm a streamer. I talk about the news and politics, and we got stuff to talk about today. I know that was like a wild, silly thing that we just covered. I do want to talk about like something that's actually fairly serious at the moment. Excellent timing from Tipster. Yeah, honestly. Largely because this is important. So, some of you may remember I did a segment about maybe a month or two ago about a breakaway area of the country in Moldova. Sorry, that didn't make sense. I'm going to start that over. Some of you may remember. Also, Hoofy, thank you for subscribing. Now, some of you may remember a couple months ago, I did a segment on the breakaway, quasi-unrecognized nation state of Transnistria, which is in the recognized and EU-backed country of Moldova, right? So, essentially what's happening in Moldova is that there is a thin line between Ukraine and Moldova on one side of a river, right? And this region of Moldova calls itself Transnistria. It wants to break away and be an independent nation. And it has basically been, the dissident faction in that area has been funded and backed by Russia for years now. To the extent that there are roughly 7,500 Russian troops stationed in the country, if I'm remembering the number of troops correctly. There are Russian bases in Transnistria. The, like, Transnistrian kind of provisional government there has built up several thousand soldiers and basically combined the Transnistrian military and the Russian military combined have roughly the same strength as the Moldovan military. So we need to keep an eye on this because it's been a weird tension, and I'm gonna pull up a map here. I think it'll help you guys. There we go. Get an image. Yeah, here we go. So you guys have an idea. So this is Transnistria. This is the Black Sea. This is Ukraine. And essentially, Transnistria here, and this is the Crimean Peninsula, so like Russia has been occupying this area and could, in theory, send troops across the Black Sea, try to break through Ukraine over in this way to reinforce Transnistria. It would be a difficult military undertaking with potentially some payoff, though I don't know if they'd be able to succeed in doing this, like such an attack, which is kind of the main thing here. But why are we talking about this right now? Because just a couple hours ago, Transnistria appealed to Russia for protection against Moldova. So this is similar to the Donbas region in Ukraine, requesting Russian support. It's a similar scenario here. So this is something to keep an eye on. It's not necessarily about to like blow up into a conflict, largely because Moldova and Transnistria are like equally matched for the most part. Like it would be difficult for Transnistria to actually hold their own. It would be difficult for Russia to actually reinforce them. It would be logistically a nightmare to reinforce them over Ukrainian territory. It's possible, but I don't think it's very likely. But it is troubling that this situation is developing in this way. Kind of the hope would be that Transnistria would continue to exist in kind of like this state where it's recognized by Russia but not recognized by any other country on the planet, and it appears that Transnistria is just now making a direct appeal for Russian military aid, which is not great. Let's see what The Guardian has to say here. The request for Russia to help the Transnistria economy withstand Moldovan pressure was made after a meeting of hundreds of officials in the unrecognized region. The resolution came a day before the Russian President Vladimir Putin on Thursday makes his annual address to Russian lawmakers and as Ukraine suffers setbacks on the battlefield. Basically, also, we haven't been talking a ton about Ukraine, but the holdup of supplies and specifically artillery to Ukraine is leading to battlefield losses by the Ukrainians, which is not great. Basically, Ukraine needs more shells to hold off Russian advances. And frankly, the United States has been a major roadblock in getting that aid to Ukraine at the moment. Yeah. Moldova's pro-European government dismissed the appeal as a propaganda event to gain headlines. The region, long seen as a potential flashpoint with Russia in Europe, held a Congress of deputies of all levels after Moldova said it would require Transnistrian companies to pay import duties to the central budget from January. At the meeting, the Congress passed a resolution saying it would appeal to both houses of Russia's parliament with a request to implement measures to protect Transnistria in the face of increasing pressure from Moldova. Russian officials responded by saying that one of its priorities was to protect the thin sliver of land, which has been de facto controlled by pro-Russian forces since the collapse of the Soviet Union, but is internationally recognized as part of Moldova. So, basically, there are no hard details about any, like, direct request for troops. There are no details about, like, what kind of support Transnistria is privately extolling from the Russian government, and the Russian government is making no concrete promises to, at least publicly, no concrete promises to the Transnistrians, but it does have a potential to open up a new theater in the Ukrainian war, and I think that would be quite troubling. The other issue is our allies are watching to see how this is handled, and NATO dilly-dallying about Ukraine, creating a negative perception for our allies. Well, yeah, I mean, a big problem, and like this is something that Ukrainian soldiers talk about. Which I know about that due to the reporting from Dylan Burns, who's been on the ground extensively throughout Ukraine during the war. one of the things that we know is that Ukrainian soldiers pay attention to like the Senate dealings in the United States because of how critical that aid is to their front lines, their frontline survival. Like when they're waiting between bombardments, they're trying to figure out what the hell is going on in the United States that is holding up the much needed aid for their armed forces. It's difficult, but yeah, the end result is I think the same. Either way, the United States and Republicans in general need to get off their asses and actually fund Ukraine. I wish the funding bills weren't being tied with like aid to Israel because these conflicts are so disparate. But we need to get funding to Ukraine. I think that is a just action for the United States to take. Getting arms and ammunition to the front lines of Ukraine to defend their homeland against a Russian invasion. I think that is a like almost universally good thing. But unfortunately, Republican feet dragging is costing Ukrainian lives. That might be why Poland is building up its army. Well, the reason, like Poland is, I think people need to understand when it comes to Poland, they're scared shitless by the conflict in Ukraine, and they are watching very closely international aid in support of Ukraine, because that is kind of the bar by which they are expecting the international community to come to their aid should Russian aggression turn on Poland, right? Let's see if I can bring up a map here. Yeah, here we go. God, Shutterstock, why? I just want an easy to understand map of Poland. Here, okay, fine. Go with this. There we go. So we got Poland right here. We got Russia directly to the north of Poland. We've got Russian ally and puppet state Belarus right next to Poland, right above Ukraine. Basically, Poland is very worried about becoming a target of Russian aggression. And even though they're part of NATO, they don't know to what extent they can count on NATO allies to actually have their back, which is leading to some very, very troubling statements coming out of Poland, because they need to do what they need to do to keep themselves safe, right? What is shocking is some of the news coming out today. Let's see. I'm trying to find the clip. There's a video clip that's been going around today of one of Poland's like prominent secretaries essentially coming out and saying that if they can't rely on the West to back Ukraine, they can't rely on the West to back themselves either. And they're essentially saying that if Ukrainian aid is not forthcoming, they will begin developing their own nuclear weapons program. Specifically to deter an invasion from Russia, you know? Like, this is why it is good, one of the reasons why, by the way, it is good for the United States to get Ukrainian aid through, because if we don't, it can potentially destabilize the entire European continent in a way that, like, we haven't seen in our lifetimes. So it's let's see. I should be able to find this video. Past week? Let's see. I mean, like, it's even leading, like, Germany to having some internal debate on whether or not they should develop nuclear weapons themselves. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I think this is it. Polish Foreign Minister Radoslaw Sikorski on how the West must stand up to Russian aggression. Yeah, here we go. If America cannot come together with Europe and enable Ukraine to drive Putin back, I fear that our family of democratic nations will start to break up. Allies will look for other ways to guarantee their safety. They'll start hedging. Some of them will aim for the ultimate weapon, starting off a new nuclear race. I'm thinking of the Far East, but this can all be stopped. Yeah. It's not great. Yeah, I know I have a lot of tabs. I spend a lot of time prepping potential topics for the show. So, yeah, something to keep an eye on. The situation with funding to Ukraine is directly impactful for European politics writ large, and it is also potentially something that could end nuclear non-proliferation. No, Jack, don't open the taxes folder. Joke's on you, I don't have a taxes folder. Also, chat, my taxes folder is just having big breasts. That's, you know, I pay the big booby tax as a big booby streamer, okay? I feel good with where my breasts are as a trans lady. It's hard to grow breasts, okay? How does the IRS collect on that? That's confidential. All right. So I felt like I needed to talk about that because it like just came up. And all right, Jack is a tax evader. I gotta pay my jaxes. Let's see here. Do we want more brain rot, chat? Is the FBI involved? The federal body inspectors? Why, yes, they are. Jesus Christ. Also, folks, we've been going for 3 hours. Hit the goddamn follow button on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Like the YouTube stream. Do the things you know will help the channel. I would very much appreciate it if you guys did that. I'm monopolizing the YouTube chat. Don't apologize, real Melon Lord. I love seeing chatty Cathys in chat, okay? Someone's got to hold down the YouTube chat. How do you get a rainbow heart? Venus Blood Flow, the longer you subscribe to my Twitch and to, the longer you're a member of the YouTube channel, it's the same for both, the more your little heart icon levels up and changes. Eventually you ascend and become a biblically accurate angel heart. I don't think anyone's reached that tier yet. Here from Matt Binder? Lanzetta! Did we get a Matt Binder raid? Hell yeah. Liked and shared. Jake Hudson. I salute you. Do it. Not only are you liking the stream, you're sharing the stream? My God, going above and beyond over here. I could probably do my part to help the algo. Please do. Remember, only by liking the stream will democracy be preserved. Hold down the chat, kinky. You know, only consensually. Also from the Majority Report. Wait, did I get a shout out on the Majority Report? Sam Olsen 100, thank you for, oh, sorry. The on-screen prompt leads me to wrong thanking. Venus Bloodflow, thank you for gifting a sub to Sam Olsen. That's very kind of you. If I got a shout out on the Majority Report, you guys are legally obligated to tell me. Democracy may be preserved. Is that what you call the booba? No, I was trying to make a reference to like Helldivers 2. Yeah, you know, I like that today chat's not being nearly as weird, you know? Yesterday we got like genocide deniers, like multiple in a row. We got like yesterday we had people like doing emoji, like old school ASIC like ASIC art dicks in chat. We went through the ringer yesterday on weirdos coming into stream. Oh, meant that Lanzetta and I are both chatters at the Majority Report? That's really cool. Also, if you're chatting in YouTube chat, tell Autumn Leaves that I say hi. I like Autumn Leaves a lot. Also, tell Sam to invite me on the show, because I would love to be on the Majority Report someday. Almost glad I missed most of it. The last, like, couple hours of it was mostly me yelling at people denying a genocide in Gaza. And also yelling at someone, like, demanding... Someone who is, like, here to call me racist for saying rest in power about a murdered trans child. Hey, winners and losers. Haven't seen a fruit fly in several hours. Not gonna lie, I miss him. Winners and losers. Congrats on winning the war against fruit flies. I'm glad you got those out of your life. But maybe you can get like a pet fish or something that will keep you company and won't be buzzing around fruit and or cat vomit. Get good sleep. We have Autumn's ear, but not Sam's. I also have Autumn's ear, but I understand. Sam never looks at YouTube chat. Someone called into the Majority Report and had a spot-on Dave Rubin impression. Oh God, you just reminded me. I need to put up that segment about Dave Rubin's show on the Tenet Media platform. Okay, especially for those of you who aren't super familiar with my channel, we went over there's a Tim Pool Media platform. Like, it's a new YouTube channel that has like a bunch of collaborators on it, led by Tim Pool. One of them is Dave Rubin, and Dave Rubin is like how the mighty have fallen. Like, Dave Rubin was never an intellectual giant, but like seeing him react to just like the most boring videos imaginable was, I mean, I feel like it was a ladies and gentlemen, we got him type moment. I've been up all night watching streamers, and I'm glad I found this one. Glad that Tipster pointed me in this direction. Tipster's a real good lad. I like Tipster a lot. And I hope you enjoy your stay on my channel. I stream every weeknight, usually starting around 8 p.m. Central Time. I do my best to start around that time, but I got life stuff that makes that hard to keep consistent. But it's usually 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. somewhere in there I start. It was so painful, I'm up. No more high-level ideas. I mean, I think the Larry King disrespect killed something inside of Dave Rubin. Frankly, I think when Dave Rubin put him on hold during his show in order to talk to his son, I think it killed Dave Rubin a little bit. All right. Now, folks. I want to know I'm going to give you another couple options, okay? I gave you 4 options last time. You picked one of them. 3 of the options will remain the same. I'm going to throw a new one in the mix. You guys tell me which one you'd like me to cover, all right? I'm going to throw this poll up over on riverboat.gg. Y'all can head over there. That's the on-screen chat you see here. Head on over there if you'd like to participate in the poll. /vote. What brain rot? Will it be gender debate? Or will it be Piers Morgan? Or will it be AI art debate? Or will it be UAW debate? All right, you will have 30 seconds to vote. Just type 1, 2, 3, or 4 in chat for the corresponding options. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-da. 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 Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-da. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-da-da-da-da. And what was the result there? It looked like AI art. It looked like AI art pulled it out at the last minute. You voted uncommitted. Sam Olsen, were you trying to link the riverboat.gg? You can use !site on Twitch or YouTube. AI Art 1? All right. Eddie, I agree. Tank is one of the best anime openings of all time, and I definitely just butchered it. Now, y'all, I do have to apologize on this one. I don't think we're going to cover this entire thing, but we're going to be watching a debate and reacting to a debate on a show on YouTube called Side Scrollers. And the only reason I'm interested in this debate is because it shows someone I'm coming to consider like an arch nemesis of a sort. Shad diversity over here. And I don't know any of the other people on this panel, but I know Shadiversity, and yeah. Let's see him get into the debate arena. Let's go. We're not going to watch an entire 2-hour Shadiversity debate, but we are going to watch a couple of the topics. Like, I don't want to watch the creativity and originality collaboration between humans and AI. I do want to know, should AI artwork be considered authentic art? Because that's basically Shad's entire purpose for existing right now. Does AI democratize art? And I think we could skip the Taylor Swift AI shit, because I don't really want to listen to these gross people talk about Taylor Swift's nudes. I might listen to like 3 minutes of that just to see how insufferable it is before we turn it off. But anyway, here we go. The cruelty of democracy. See, this is great, right? I get to sidestep responsibility for like giving you guys the candidates, and instead you all get to fight each other. It's perfect. I've turned you all against each other. You can now no longer unite against me in a unified rage. I feel like I have cracked the system. All right. I don't know. I wouldn't mind someone to push back. I don't know any of the other people here, so I don't know how much pushback there's going to be, but let's find out.
All right, I want to welcome you guys out. Good to see you. Thanks for hanging out with us this afternoon. We have a special thing today. It is the great debate. We're talking about AI art this afternoon, and we have an exceptional panel of dudes here that are going to be extremely passionate about what we're talking about.
A panel of dudes
on the pro AI
bros
art
being
side.
bros.
We have some on the anti AI art side. But first, let's bring in Blabs. Hi, Blabs. How are you?
Hello, it's Side Scrollers at night.
Yes, after dark. Except
Yeah.
it's not dark.
It's dark for me.
Blabs, first off,
Hi.
thanks for organizing all this. This was your handiwork. Way to get going on it. So just
Why does this guy have a restroom sign behind him? Like, I understand all the other nerd stuff. That's fine. I don't understand the restrooms.
I want to say good job to you.
Thank you.
Very good. Now let's introduce everyone who's going to be on the show today. Let's start with a regular on the show, someone who's been on several times, Mr. Grant Gregory. Good to see you.
Oh, is
How
this
are
the
you?
guy who used to run
G'day,
Screw
g'day. Thanks
Attack?
for having me here. It's yeah, I'm happy to be here again, and to talk about something that I'm passionate about. I'm an AI enthusiast, is the term I like to use, and I just think got to give everything a chance to see how things go, and I'm looking forward to talking to these fine gentlemen and see how everything goes.
All right. Also with us, we're going to have G Prime. Good to see you, George. How are you?
Thanks for welcoming me back after earlier this week.
Well, we thought long and hard about it, and we were like,
I like that this guy appears to be in some kind of purgatory-like afterlife. I don't understand it, but I do respect it.
I don't know.
I know I botched it last time. But thanks for giving me a second chance. I look forward to
botch
really...
I am completely and utterly unfamiliar with any of these people so far, but I guess we'll find out as this goes along, huh?
my reputation. I'm just kidding around.
You did a great job. Joining us all the way, well, all the way from the other side of the world. This is going to be an Aussie versus U.S. panel. Is this what we have going on today here? All right,
Racism. Sorry.
Aussie? You can't say Aussie anymore? What?
Yeah.
Shad, how are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you guys. Good to be here.
Glad you're here. So just for a quick reference, are you going to be on the pro or anti-AI side of things today?
Oh, well, I'm very pro AI art, but that doesn't mean I'm pro AI generally. The technology broadly, I think, has some concerns, which I'm happy to, acknowledge and talk about. But when it comes to AI art, this specific application,
Spicy diarrhea,
yeah,
yes, they
very
are.
Cool, great. Well, we're going to be talking about AI art today. We're going to leave most of the cultural stuff off to the side, so we're going to be focusing on the art side of things. Speaking of art, I'd like to introduce for the first time, Reagan Lodge. How are you?
Hello, thank you for having me. Good to be
Of course.
here.
Glad you're here. So I'm going to divvy everybody up here. Reagan, real quick, tell everybody about yourself and, just give...
Why does Reagan look like he would sell me? Reagan looks like a guy who would sell me weed, but would actually be like cilantro in a bag or something. I feel that's the vibe I get from him.
give us a brief rundown of who you are and all that fun stuff.
Yeah, so I'm a graphic novelist. Got my start in the Flight Comics anthologies published by Kazuo Kibushi. I worked on Avatar: The Last Airbender comics. I was a combat artist in the Marine Corps and have numerous traditional drawings in the historic archives in Washington, D.C. And
what the hell are you doing talking with these chuckle nuts? My God. What are you doing here?
presently, I'm an independent graphic novelist and Twitch streamer working on a 200-page comic called Book of Wyatt.
All right. You can...
I now feel bad for making fun of his appearance. He seems really cool. I retract my earlier joke at his expense.
You can find the links to everybody down in the description if you'd like to see more of their work on a day-to-day basis, whether it's YouTube channel or website. But let's get into this thing, man. I'm ready to get going. Let's start a little broader. As I said, everybody's gonna have an opportunity to talk. Make sure we're respectful of everybody, and we'll just kind of go from there. So let's start off here with our first prompt of the day. Really simple. Should artwork be? I want to pull it up so everybody can see it really quick. Should artworks created by AI be considered authentic pieces of art? Let's go and start with George first.
All right. Well, I guess my question, I would answer that question with a question and say, like, let's pretend I'm a writer and I find an artist friend of mine and I want him to illustrate something for me. So I'm going to write him an email, type, and say, I want you to draw me, you know, a cowboy shooting a thing and he's on a horse and here's the background, and I give him all the instructions. And then he sends me back this picture, and then, oh, it's great, it's perfect. Maybe I'll have him make a few adjustments, but when he's done, you know what I do? I sign my name on it and say, I did this. That's how I feel about AI art. Who is the illustrator of that piece? Am I the illustrator or is the artist? I asked. If AI is a person, is the AI the artist? Am I the artist for having typed into a text prompt? So I would hand it off to you guys.
Shad, your thoughts?
Well, it would still be considered an art piece, though. That doesn't really answer the question. That just raises the question as
If
to
a
who is
person
the
did it,
artist.
yes.
But if it's a genuine, interesting, image, right, that has been produced with human input. But again, the question doesn't really go.
So to be clear here, Shadiversity's position is that if you are putting in AI prompts, if you're typing in prompts to an AI image generator, you are an artist. He considers it as valid an art form as like picking up a paintbrush, like drawing with a pen. He thinks that they are directly equivalent. And I know this because we've gone over several of his videos where he talks ad nauseum about that exact point.
Go into the core of it for me. Should is an interesting one, as in, should it be considered art? I don't think you can impose upon anyone that they should consider something art or not. Could we all agree that art is subjective? I think that's a pretty base, standard, objective kind of understanding of art is a very subjective thing.
We have to define art first.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll say,
but
let's take a step
let's
back.
nail that down.
Yeah, let's
because,
take a step back. What is art?
After you.
well, I'm
Art is
interested to hear
expression-
what George thinks.
For me, art is just it's an expression of oneself through any means that they can do. That's what art is. Art can be movement. Art can be drawings. Art is just expression.
I have an answer, but Reagan, what do you think?
Yeah, so I think that yes, I do agree up to a point that the definition of art is subjective, but etymologically, I mean, the definition of art generally entails craft, creation. Yes, I can see how you could stretch that to be like, well, this was created through some steps of removal from human hand by means of machine. But I would argue that even if you could define AI imagery as art, that it is not a human creation. It's so far removed that I think it would be more appropriate to call it content or a product rather than art. But I mean, as we've seen, yeah, you can tape a banana to a gallery wall and call it art. I understand that there is a lot of subjectivity there, but
like, okay. I know people really like, okay. Reagan is very correct here. To be clear, I will always go to bat for the banana taped to the wall. It is one of my favorite art pieces of modern times because it is just so goddamn funny. The banana wall piece of art, for those of you who don't know. Oh god. Can I get a picture of it? Yeah. Let's see here. Oh god. The pictures I'm finding. Here we go. So, this is a piece of art called The Comedian. Or just Comedian, sorry. And it's by an artist called Maurizio Catalan, right? So for those of you who've never heard of this or have only like vaguely heard about it, like the concept seems really stupid or lazy, but that's part of the joke. The joke is that this is a banana duct taped to a wall being put on display as a serious work of art. It's literally called Comedian. And what's funny is that it comes with extraordinarily specific instructions for how it is to be presented, what the angle of the banana is supposed to be, what kind of what the kind of duct tape, the angle of the duct tape, you know. It has this very specific set of instructions, and yet it is also considered a limited product where people have tried to buy it, and the artist has straight up just looked them in the eye and said, "No, it's a limited run. There are only 3 of them," and like the entire existence of this piece is the joke. That's what's funny about it. That's what makes it a great piece of art, because the joke is on like how we commodify art, how we present art, how people are invited to like look at different pieces of art and interact with pieces of art. Like, it's a banana duct taped to a wall. There's one of the places it was on display had a hungry college student in the museum. The college student just walked up to the banana, ate it, and then duct taped the peel back to the wall. And the museum just left the peel on the wall, because part of it is how people respond. Part of the art is how people respond to it, right? It's the interplay between audience and art, and that's partly what this is highlighting. It is great. It's wonderful, and I like it. I like it a lot. The artist who made this, by the way, like came out of like a 10-year retirement with, and this is what he presented to the world, and it's wonderful. It's at the expense of like elitist high-end frou $10 million art piece commodification, essentially. And I think that's actually really great. And what I actually find really interesting about Comedian is that this is something AI art cannot replicate. It can't replicate. It could make a picture of a banana duct taped to a wall, but it's not the same thing. Showing you a picture of Comedian is not the same thing as it actually existing in like a high-end museum. It's wonderful. So I think actually Comedian is a great example, or a great counterexample to AI. Yeah, it's the emergency wall banana. So I don't know. This is one of my favorite art pieces. I think it's great. But it's great for exactly what makes I think almost exactly what makes AI art not great, you know? Did you see the Adam Ruins Everything episode on the fine art world? I did not.
It's to me, it's a question of like, is it good art and is it authentic? Is it even worthwhile? And I would argue it's diminishingly not.
So
And towards the end on that,
let me
I
kind
think-
of pop in really quick and say the definition according to Britannica.com of art is a visual object or experience consciously created through an expression of skill or imagination.
so what is consciousness?
Well, hang on. Does that definition truly encapsulate the human experience of art, though? Because I think if we were trying to acknowledge broadly the human experience of what is art, and when I think about this, I come down to 2 primary kind of interactions. One, it's a type of expression, which is an external kind of thing from one person pushing something out. And then 2, it's an internal thing where we see something and we bring it in, and it causes an emotional reaction, maybe a positive one or something like that. And those are the 2, in my mind, the 2 fundamental primary interactions of how we define art. And this is why we express ourselves with art, and it doesn't have to be visual. It can be physical. This is why we call martial arts a type of art form, because you're expressing yourself physically. And also when we see something that moves us, right, that we had no hand in creation at all, we then want to capture that image, put it on a wall.
Sorry, I just opened. I wasn't aware of this. I opened the Wikipedia page of on Comedian. Right. This is incredible. In the morning of Sunday, December 8th, 2019, Comedian was removed from the art fair. The curators removed the piece because they were afraid other art would be damaged by queuing crowds. After the removal, the gallery released the following statement. Comedian, with its simple composition, ultimately offered a complex reflection of ourselves. We would like to warmly thank all those who participated in this memorable adventure, as well as our colleagues. We sincerely apologize to all visitors of the fair today who will not be able to participate in Comedian. Which is great, right? Like, and I think that this is part of the issue, which is that art is a participation. It's an act of communication. It goes both ways, you know? And I think that that's really important to recognize. My dude, thank you very much for the raid, by the way. Welcome, raiders. How y'all doing? Come on in. Make yourselves warm by the content fire. Shout out my dude. Welcome, raiders. Come in, say hello, and consider hitting the follow button. I'd very much appreciate it. Let's go.
And we call it art because it's doing something we're internalizing it, and that's when it comes out, because with those two things, I think that covers most of the subjective experience of art. Because
oh no, I found out why he's slumming. Oh, why Reagan is slumming with these folks? Oh! In February of 2020, Reagan Lodge was exposed as a former member of the defunct neo-Nazi forum Iron March, for which he later apologized for on a couple Twitter posts. And he continues to be active in neo-Nazi circles. Oh, okay. Well, I unapologize. A Nazi furry that never happens. Very nice. You know, we famously had a recurrent chatter who outed himself as a bisexual furry fascist. That happened. More common than you'd think. Yeah. God.
it's any definition that we try and impose on top of, I think, the base kind of acknowledgement of our interactions with art, as I've been explaining.
Very nice with that. Post the kappa emote you would like to see in the emoji suggestions on Discord.
Right? You cannot impose upon anyone else. You can try and say art must be this, must be that, it must be involve this, must involve that, and that's not going to mean spit to someone who disagrees and says, no, I think this is art. Because art is ultimately subjective. And it comes down to those two primary interactions when I really observe how people interact and define it.
Okay.
I would propose.
Go ahead, George.
Hey, Midnight and All Night.
I was doing some thinking about this. I'm not an expert on this subject either. I don't know what Merriam-Webster would say, would disagree with me or not, but I identified at least 5 what you could call pillars of what art might be. I would submit this for everyone to consider. One, self-expression. You do not need an audience for this. I can draw an amazing sunset that I saw or paint it, and I don't think anyone would argue that
Wait, wait, are you fucking kidding me? Wait, I just looked up G Prime 85. It, it's this fucking guy. Are you kidding me? Okay, chat. I need to find like the example of one of the comics he put out. This is wild. It's this guy, folks. He makes insane conservative, like stone toss level cartoons. No way. Yep. Yep. Oh my god. Oh, this is a who's who of like terrible people. What is this? This guy like posts the weirdest shit. Like, I mean, I think we're seeing a little bit of maybe a political bias here in the cartoons. Like his work makes Ben Garrison blush. It's so fucking weird. I'm scrolling through like the videos on his timeline, so I want to make sure that or the media on his timeline, I want to make sure it's fine. I mean, like, what is this? Like, what the hell is this, right? That's Matt Walsh, right? And that's Ben Shapiro. Yeah, we got the Nightmare Blunt rotation for sure. Oh my god. I mean, like, this is like deeply fucking weird. Small child crying, handed the flag honoring their father's death. Kamala Harris swoops in. Enjoy the long weekend. Like this is crazy. This out cringes Stone Toss, right? Like, the part that's weird about it is that this like has a lot of good technical aspects, but like the actual content is insane. Okay, now I have looked up these two people. I know Shad. Who is Mr. Grant Gregory? Who's this person? I feel like I feel like we're about to stumble into somehow that being worse. Mr. Grant Gregory, maybe they're like the least objectionable person here. I don't know. Behind the mic with Nerdrotic. Okay, no, they associate with these people. Yeah, I don't know who this person is. All right.
It is not art. Whether or not anyone sees it, it's like,
Wait, okay, I was trying to figure out what that meant. Yeah, he had quarter black Garrett from Steven Crowder's show. Okay, so he's also a conservative dipshit. Gotcha.
did a tree fall down in the forest? You know, that whole question. Does the art exist whether or not there's a viewer? I would say yes. 2, communication. Art is about, I am going to create an image or something that engages one of your 5 senses at least, and I will use something called a medium, painting, music, whatever, that will communicate to a third party. So, or really, it's just the 2 people. So, creator, recipient using a medium. That's 2. 3, I would argue it requires some form of craftsmanship or skill to create. There is low art, there is high art, and there's all kinds of things in between. So you can be very skilled and create something amazing that inspires lots of people, or you can just be a kid making a cute crayon drawing for your dad or something. And I would call that art too. Number 4, and I think this is going to be the thing that I would argue the most about, is you need agency. You need.
Oh, okay. I also looked up this Blabs person down here. Literally one of the one of the first posts, aside from Helldivers and a tribute to Richard Lewis, is responding to the Rowling Library, saying the Harry Potter story is incredibly affirmative and positive about love and self-acceptance. That's our priority. What's on screen? I don't know how to feel about this. And then literally everyone responding to her is like, yeah, it's gonna be shit. Deep down, you know it's coming. The changes. Red flag. They're gonna go woke. Okay, just to understand the political bent we're dealing with here.
Need a form of consciousness to generate a piece of art. It cannot just, like, even a
This
beautiful
is so
sunset.
much worse than I thought.
I
it
would
be.
need to ask myself, who made this sunset? Who do I get to thank for this sunset? Some people get religious, and I understand, and I might even agree. There's someone I have to thank for this beautiful piece of art. There's something called pareidolia. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly, where if I see a face in the moon or a face on a rock, I am seeing a face there, but it's not that there was any face generated with intent. It's just there. I see it myself, right? It's something that I'm imposing meaning upon something that doesn't have any meaning. So if there's no agency, if there's no person who created the art, who do I thank? So that's where I would spend a lot of time talking about AI is not conscious, therefore it has no agency. And last, I would say, does it have value? Does AI art have value? Does something handmade have value? Does a copy of a thing have value versus an original piece? And here we have a sliding scale. On a unique thing that is very scarce has high value. Something that is infinitely reproducible, for instance, if I click a generate button infinitely and it keeps generating stuff, has very little to no value. So I would say those are 5 things that require scrutiny if we're going to call something art or not. That's why I would say AI, for many reasons, is not. But I have much more to say about that.
So it's obvious that everyone's definition of art, we talked about it being very subjective. So I think as we go through our prompts today, let's preface them with based off of your definition of art, and then we'll go into the prompt. I think that's probably the best way to go. So let's go back to our original prompt here. based off your definition of art, should artworks created by AI be considered authentic pieces of art? Reagan.
No, I don't think so. I understand that people can arbitrarily say that they are authentic pieces of art, and and it at that point it becomes a battle of personality and popularity, and winning people over who agree with that definition. I would use the example of, like, say that you've got two photographs of two different men standing on top of Mount Everest. One the man in one photograph climbed Mount Everest. The other man in the other photograph took a helicopter to the top of Mount Everest. Both of those photographs are signed by the men in the photo. Which of those is more authentic? Obviously, it would be the one that is signed by the man who climbed Mount Everest versus the guy who took the helicopter and posed on Mount Everest, allowing the viewer to infer that this guy perhaps climbed Mount Everest. So I would say that, yes, even if you could call AI art, I disagree with its authenticity on those grounds.
Grant?
I mean, that
Oh, go, Chad.
That doesn't make any sense, that argument.
Well-
When it comes to a person being on top of the mountain and someone taking a photo, the backstory is completely irrelevant to the photo there. You're
No, it's-
inferring
it's
it
not.
up to it.
Disagree.
It's yeah.
Well,
If I-
what I was going to say, it's completely subjective on what the person values. If someone is a helicopter enthusiast, they might value the picture taken from the helicopter more. You're imposing a subjective standard as some type of objective way to measure the value of art, which you can't enforce on others. People will value it differently based on their own experience.
Right, and they're going to value
And-
it based off the perceived popularity of the person in the image.
Not necessarily. Not
That
necessarily.
that is a big factor.
No, but not always. You're trying to
here's-
impose it as
how about
a
this?
universal.
It's actually kind of shocking to me, but Shadiversity might be the least bad person on the panel. Maybe Mr. Grant Gregory is the least bad person, Shadiversity being a second bad, least bad, but it's kind of wild.
Standard.
A baseball player hits a home run, and then another baseball player who uses steroids hits the home run. Which home run is more valuable, and which gets disqualified?
It depends on the individual. If someone's a steroid
Steroids
enthusiast,
disqualify you, dude.
if someone enjoys steroids, they might value the other one. You're trying to impose your
Yeah, I know.
standard, your subjective
That's
standard as
cheating,
an
Bob.
objective
It's
thing.
cheating.
Yeah, but
Well,
okay,
and
there
what
is
if
no
someone
cheating
likes
in art.
cheating?
That's the point. That you're
You're
using something that has
trying to
a quick
impose-
defined set of rules versus
AI
something that doesn't.
is not only cheating; it's a scrub move.
But
It's
that's
like
your
using a headshot
interpretation.
script and-
No.
Oh no, they're all stupid. I mean, of course they are. They're fascists, but my god. The argument here is pretty simple to me, right? Why is Blabs bad? I looked up her Twitter. She seems to be like a transphobic, anti-diversity type, shit poster on Twitter. She's not a Nazi as far as I can tell, but she's not a good person. So the argument's actually fairly simple, okay? The argument is that AI art isn't art because it is a large language model, essentially. It's just pulling data from all over the place to construct a vomited amalgamation for your use. It's not a creation by you. You're giving it instruction to basically Google something, and I don't think Googling something is a work of art. I don't think that. She's outright retweeting J.K. Rowling. Yeah, she's a bad person. I don't know that retweeting J.K. Rowling makes you a Nazi per se, but I bad person for sure. Stuttering Craig reposts libs of TikTok. Okay, cool. Yeah. I think the argument is simple. It's theft from a million different artists. It's you are not actually creating something. It is an amalgamation, a homunculus of a bunch of stolen data. That's not art. It's just not.
Do you understand that you're trying to impose your subjective view of value on other people, which can't be universally applied? If someone values different things, they're going to have a different value or perception of the art or the action.
I mean, a lot of people. I mean, a lot of people value like absolutely abject porn and stuff like that. And I mean, and so it's
You don't
like,
have to. Yeah. Like,
And that's why it's in
look,
museums, Reagan.
no, this is why a lot of your definitions ultimately are going to be pointless. Like, do you have a problem with people who value AI art as art?
I laugh at them.
So you mock them.
I laugh at them, yes.
I don't
Yes,
have a
okay, so
problem
you
with them, but I do think that they generally have lower quality tastes, like in the same way that, you know, I would say.
Well, and the thing is, it's not necessarily about the rights. It's about the fact that, like, when someone creates an actual work of art, it's a work of that expresses something, that expresses an idea, right? That idea is completely obliterated when it's scraped for AI purposes, you know, when it's tapped into for, like, the creation of that AI homunculus. There's nothing being communicated by the this, like, AI model. There's nothing being communicated by it because it is not a person that can communicate. And you aren't inputting the thing that it's communicating by typing into it. You know, this level of depersonalization destroys the communicative act of creating and, you know, interacting with art. It's like, how do I put this? It's like if you had your mom, you like got all of your mom's voicemail messages and fed them into a large language model that could replicate your mom's voice, and you could, like, hold a conversation with it. Would that be communicating anything to you? Would that be communicating anything to you? Would there be anything of value from that? I don't think so. I find that concept kind of horrifying in a way. Because the thing that you're talking to isn't a person. It's a device that tells you what it thinks you want to hear. And yeah, of course, it depends on your relationship with your actual mom, you know, but, like, there is an impersonality to this type of technology that is not suitable for the creation of art. It just isn't. And Art AI isn't even like a remix or fair use method like Plunder Phonics or something like that. The computer system is curating what pieces it steals from its database and where and how it modifies them. You're just providing oversight and the AI chooses the method. Yeah.
Like people who are easily, you know, thrilled by TikTok and scrolling TikTok for several hours probably have low quality taste, but do I think they're morally wrong? I mean, it kind of depends on the content of the art. I would say that the advent of AI art is a lot more disastrous for information and media as a whole, in the same way that, like, yeah, you can argue like, well, it's made things so much more efficient. We can make so much more content now. We can make so much more stuff. We can make so much more kipple, as Philip K. Dick would describe it. But it's like, I mean, by the same logic, making drone warfare has made combat a lot more effective, but it's a reality that's rather ghastly, even though I accept that it is reality.
I mean, McDonald's is popular. Does that mean it's better than a juicy filet mignon?
I still think, like, even if you, like, depersonalize it to, like, director giving direction to assistants in the creation of a piece of art, those assistants are still making artistic choices, even if they're following, like, the directions generally. They're still putting some of themselves into the overall work. And I think that matters. They're not machines.
I mean, you could say it's
You
valuable.
guys are the only ones that are arguing about popularity. We haven't brought up anything about
Value.
popularity or anything.
Value.
Value
Yeah, but
subjective.
popularity and value are two completely different things.
I
And
would
also
say
The
they
MCU is
overlap.
popular.
Yeah,
They-
but see,
a lot of things overlap, but just because something's popular doesn't mean it has a value to it. It's how you value it yourself. That's what I'm saying. It's about how you take in whatever piece of artwork it is. That's how you gain value over what it means to you.
Well, I'm just saying it's not even artwork.
we don't care.
I didn't ask.
Well, then why are you saying it?
Why are any of us here? I'm saying the person.
No.
There is no
Because-
person who made the AI art. AI is not conscious. It cannot
That's a
make
different.
art.
That's a different topic. We'll get to that. We're talking.
I think that there is a difference between appreciation for something and what we get out of art. You know? I think we can appreciate and this gets into like a bit of a nuanced tightrope walk. But it's not even about artistic intent, right? But that is part of it. Like, that's an element of it. Like, there's artistic intent, and then there's the interpretive work of the audience. And I don't think you can really have that interplay when in between the two there is effectively just this randomizer machine that's going off of a prompt. I don't think the prompt can be a replacement for the communicative act of creation that people participate in. You know? I think the act of creating something is communication. You know, sharing this agency over the world. And I don't think that replacing that act of creation or outsourcing it to a robot that then steals from other artists to create the thing it thinks you want to hear or see, I don't think that translates into an artistic piece, you know? Like, it's a multi-layered thing. I think that fundamentally, like, there are a few different aspects, right? Like, on the one hand, there is this bastardization of the very act of creation itself. And on the other hand, there is the problem that art is meant to communicate. You know? It is meant as a communication tool, and AI as a vehicle for that is specifically designed to not be able to do that. It, like, you could, if you were to create a tool to communicate, AI is almost like an AI image generator is almost the worst thing you could make to try and do that. Paladin, I think that might be a good. I think that might be a good example. A kid coming home with a macaroni craft unicorn that they made because they want to share it with you and they think it's neat, versus a kid typing macaroni unicorn into an AI. One has more like communicative value than the other, and I think that we can intuitively understand that example in a more personal way. Pastulins, I do think it complicates the conversation for sure.
Talking about the
My four pillars,
value
my
people.
five
No,
pillars.
we're talking about the value, the perception of art, right? And the thing is, though, my point
Okay,
is, if
I
someone
could take a
believes it,
crap
no,
on the
Hey,
floor
let me
in a
if
museum. That doesn't mean it's valuable.
Hold on, George. Hold on. Let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead, Jack.
my point is if someone believes it to be art, you can't rob that of them. They're entitled to think it's art. If it's art to them, it's art to them. What can you do about it? You can't do anything because they can believe it's art. And under the most...
Well, I think found art tells us a lot about the people who made the art. But if you knew that the found art was made by AI, it wouldn't tell us, it would tell us exactly diddly shit, you know? Like, the reason, like, stick figures drawn on caves 20,000 years ago are interesting and hold such immense, like, communicative value is because a human being made them to communicate something. Even if we don't know what it is, the act of trying to figure it out can be immensely valuable, right? To not just, like, us as individual audience members, but also to, like, wider society. Found art is in people putting a toilet on display. Well, I mean, I think that that is also different, right? Because what that does, it's like photography, right? Photography is special because it captures a certain perspective from a certain moment in time in a certain way. And you're choosing where the frame goes, you're choosing the lighting conditions. That's wonderful, right? The choices being made in highlighting a photograph are very complex and nuanced and interesting. And that's why we have such a fascination with photography. But then, and I think that found art would be a similar thing, because you are choosing an object or, you know, set of objects to put on display because you like them and you find them interesting. You know, it's the act of choosing and how you choose to highlight those that makes it art, right? Could the language model itself be considered art? I mean, I think that, like, coding could be considered like an art form, for sure. Maybe the language model itself could be considered art because it was created. I don't know that anything that would come out of it would be considered art necessarily. So could you position generation prompts and what is fed into LLM to be similar to photographic perspective? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think the very nature of what these prompt systems are and what these large language models are kind of alienates us from the creative process in a way that is not an act of artistic creation. I think it is fundamentally different. I guess, like, to me, it's like you put, you like created a number generator and you, like, have that number like randomly flashing numbers from 1 to 1,000,000 on screen, and then you choose when to hit the pause button, and like that number, then you call that number art. I don't think that works. Now, you could make that number art. You could use that as part of a project that could create art, but it would require additional input. It would require additional, like, framing. It would require additional input from humans to create something with AI that is then turned into art, right? But then we're not talking about AI art anymore, right? Yeah, I mean, it is a fuzzy line, but I think that ultimately at the end of the day, like, it comes down to human input. Like, if you're just like, I made this in an AI art generator. I typed in Abraham Lincoln with a samurai sword. I'm an artist. See? And you post that to Twitter. I don't think that is art. I don't think you are an artist. I don't think you created anything. I think you effectively stole something. And you're not communicating anything. You're not showing off any technical skill. You're not showing off anything of value, really. You're just taking a randomly generated set of data and presenting it to the world as if it is an act of creation. And I don't think that that is the same thing. Hey, VegCom. Thank you very much for the raid, by the way. Welcome, Raiders. Hope you get all comfy over in Twitch chat. Hello, Igloo BC. Hello, Peacefire Now. Welcome, folks. And folks, go give the lovely VegCom a follow, okay? There we go. And yeah, it is okay to disagree. I mean, I don't think it's the philosophy of art, necessarily. I think that there is a component of creation that needs to go into art. And my argument is that these large language models disrupt the act of creation itself. So that's kind of my argument. I think if you, like, for example, if you found like a piece of AI art on the ground and you thought it looked pretty, I think maybe you could highlight it in an interesting way as a piece of found art. Maybe, you know? And I think that that would be interesting because it would carry with it a lot of interesting questions about our society, right? Like, how it got to where you found it. What brought it there, and the story behind it, and how you came across it, why you chose to highlight it. Like, these things, I think, could incorporate AI art, but I don't think just putting in a prompt and generating a piece of AI art is in itself art. I don't think just generating an image from a random image generator creates art. There needs to be additional creative input. Also, now I want a sequel to Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter where Abraham Lincoln becomes like a Ronin samurai in Japan. That'd be fun. All right, we'll continue with this, but first, we've been going for 4 hours, chat. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream. But how are we even doing on likes? Let me take a look. Do I need to shame you? I do. We're 1 like shy of 69, the very nice number. I believe in you guys. This debate is still going. We paused the debate because we were talking amongst ourselves about AI art, which honestly was a much more fascinating discussion than I think what they were having. Yeah, Ghosts of Tsushima, but it's Abraham Lincoln. It it starts off. It's 1864, Ford's Theater. The lights are down as the performance begins. John Wilkes Booth walks up behind Abraham Lincoln. He whispers into the president's ear, "Sir, it's time. The machine is finished." He escorts Abraham Lincoln down into the basement, straps him into a chair. An engine begins to rumble underneath him. A vibrant flash of blue light engulfs the president. He and his quintessential top hat are instantly vaporized from sight, but John Wilkes Booth knows that isn't the end for Abraham Lincoln. He waits patiently. Meanwhile, Abraham Lincoln, traveling through a chaotic teal wormhole, just... He's going through time. He sees flashes of different times and places across all realities. And suddenly, boom, he finds himself in the middle of the Sengoku Jidai, okay? He's still trapped to the chair, struggling to escape. However, he hears the clash of combat nearby. Swords, arrows whistling through the trees. He looks up above him, and he sees, he makes eye contact with a sitting ninja warrior, okay? That warrior looks him up and down, assesses him for threats, before dropping down upon Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln, scared, but brave. Makes no sound, he merely grunts as the machine topples backwards. The ninja raises his weapon. A single throwing star, before bringing it down with ferocious abandon upon the leather straps binding Abraham Lincoln to the chair. Lincoln stands up, towering over this ninja warrior. He doffs his cap. "Thank you, sir." However, the ninja warrior takes off their hood, and what do we see? It's a beautiful woman ninja. A beautiful ninja woman warrior. She merely nods, her eyes, twinkling with both confusion and delight at this weird happenstance upon the battlefield, before suddenly arrows begin flying. A single gunshot rips through the air. Abraham Lincoln takes cover with the ninja behind a nearby tree, and he sees them coming. The warriors. He realizes he's standing above a corpse of a fallen Ronin samurai. He picks up that samurai's katana and readies himself, steels himself for the battle that's about to come. He exchanges a small nod with his his erstwhile companion, before he swings around the tree at the coming attackers, screaming the battle hymn of the Republic. And that is how we begin Abraham Lincoln's Samurai Warrior. Oh, God. Beautiful ninja woman warrior sounds like a baller action movie. Thank you. Thank you. Put on glasses? I can do that. Away down south, the land of traitors. Shink! Shink! No, the Sengoku Jedi was like the like 1400s, 1500s. I think maybe even a little bit into the 1600s. So it would have been like 200 to 400 years earlier. End credits scene. John Wilkes Booth wakes up and finds himself in the same isekai world as John Brown. No, you see, that's the twist. The twist is that Abraham Lincoln has been sent back in time to the Sengoku Jedi because he needs to track down Robert E. Lee. The Confederates have made a breakthrough in time travel technology. The war is still going on in 1864. He needs to track down Robert E. Lee and end the support in manpower they're getting from the soldiers of the Sengoku Jedi. He's there to set right the timeline. And when all is said and done, he must return back from whence he came, knowing that he walks to his death in Ford's Theater. A true sacrifice from America's greatest president. Aren't the Sengoku Jedi the wizard ladies from Wheel of Time? I haven't read Wheel of Time, so I don't know, but the Sengoku Jedi is also called the Warring States period in Japan. And it's let me tell you, as far as like time periods to study that are just like full of insane shit, the Sengoku Jedi is like basically one of the like most happening time periods on Earth. Just betrayal, love affairs, like my goodness. Blood and steel. Relevant to the discussion on AI art, what's your take on the Glasgow Willy Wonka situation? My take is that they should be sued into oblivion. Chat. We have used an AI image generator. Melee Ethos, thank you very much for subscribing to Twitch. I appreciate it. Also, Mr. Fresh, thank you for hitting the follow button on Twitch. I appreciate you. As well as Peacefire now, I appreciate you as well. We used an AI art generator to create an image of Abraham Lincoln as a samurai warrior. Here's what the AI image generator came up with. Excellent work. GamerG, my take is that if you were ever to touch the Willy Wonka IP ever again, why would you not make the glass elevator? Like, Willy Wonka and the glass elevator is like the coolest story from the Willy Wonka universe. And they don't do anything with it. Like, how many of you knew there was a sequel to Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? How many of you knew that? Knew about it, but I never read it? They literally launched Charlie and Willy Wonka into outer space. It's wonderful that Willy Wonka and Charlie get into an elevator at the chocolate factory and it blasts them into outer space. It is quite disturbing. I will say that. At one point in the Willy Wonka in the glass elevator, you know how Charlie had all those elderly family members? Willy Wonka shows up to his house and is like, "Hello, old people. Do you want to be young again? Well, take this drug I invented." And he turns two of his grandparents into babies, and another one gets so much of a dose that she becomes negative years old. And so Charlie and Willy Wonka need to like fly into space to find her in the Negaverse, essentially. It's a very weird book. Good night, Peacefire Now. That sounds amazing, right? I'm waiting for the Slugworth biopic. Oh, did anyone see the Wonka movie? I never saw that. I heard that it weirdly got really good reviews. I was expecting it to be terrible. What happens if her age goes into the positive when she's already in the positive verse? Well, they need to go to the negative verse to like give her the like the cure to having negative age, I guess. I don't know. It was okay. Some people liked it. I didn't. Gotcha. I feel like our conversation was way more interesting than anything that was going on here. But I do want to see them through, I guess.
True definition. If someone genuinely believes something it is art, it qualifies as art because it's art to them. And you can cry about it as much as you want. You can't take that away from you. You don't have to think it is. They're not trying to force you to agree that it's art.
I mean, what ultimately what AI makes a lot easier is it's able to just zero in, go straight for the throat of people's visual dopamine receptors. In a lot of ways, that admittedly, like traditional or even digitally manually drawn art can't do, because those things are limited by human factors of labor, the artist needing to sleep, and so on. With AI, the big problem is that, I mean, you can generate so much abject stuff that is just wondrously high detailed, but has the cognitive effect of visual fentanyl, which is what I would describe the majority of AI art to be like. I mean, yeah, obviously I have no control over whether or not people view it as art or legitimate. I just think that even regardless of what they're going to define it as, I think that it is going to have, and it is having, disastrous effects on people's perception of media, art as a whole, and eventually society.
George?
I think we'll get to that, what you're talking about. It's a bit off topic if it is actual art or not, because it goes down to exactly the point that I was saying. If it's art to someone, it's art to them, and you can't rob that. You don't have to think it's art. I don't think they're trying to force you to acknowledge it's art, but it seems like you guys are trying to say, no, you can't call it art, and it offends me, and I'll mock you if you think it is.
It doesn't offend me. It just it's
offends George.
Right. I see it as the effect of like somebody who skipped all the martial arts lessons but bought a black belt telling me that, you know, they're a martial arts master. It's like, I'm not going to be threatened by them, but I am going to, you know.
Hang on. Has anyone actually done that? Like, does any AI artist like?
I feel like my position can be summed up very succinctly as somewhat analogous to this, like. Just Hayao Miyazaki reacting to AI movement for the first time.
who doesn't hide it and is not doing any shifty thing, has any AI artist tried to say that they are equivalently talented as someone who makes art handmade?
I've seen,
Do you
yeah,
have an example?
I've seen a great multitude of people say that. I'm not saying that all AI prompters do that. Like, I really don't have a problem with
Okay.
people who are just like,
So, George
playing
is
around
thinking
with-
that I've said that. George, do you have an example or a quote where I've said that?
You've made multiple videos where you say you're quite a talented illustrator, artist.
No, average actual hand illustrator, but that I am an artist. I mean, if you're gonna try and quote me, I'd like you to do it accurately.
Right,
I cut.
Just real quick. Just real quick. Real quick.
Art is.
Hey guys.
Just real quick. Where are your AI art videos? I know they're here. I've seen them. Did he delete one of his AI art videos? Interesting. I know he had multiple. I thought he had multiple AI art videos on his main channel, but yeah, just this one is still up from 4 months ago. Weird.
Cut you off. I want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to speak. George, what were you going to say before? Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, so the value of art is subjective, like you were saying. I'm trying to argue that, say, a banana taped to a wall could be sold for $1 million. Does that mean it's worth $1 million?
No one dunked on me for most people liked my video dunking on him for his shit art. Most people liked it.
$1 million. But maybe that's not even what we're discussing. I'm saying the banana taped to a wall is not really art. It's a joke.
Boo!
It's a meme.
You're a joke.
An image
Boo!
created by AI is...
Wait a minute. You make memes. Memes can be art, my guy. Jokes are art. Like, the fact that it's a joke doesn't mean it's not art. You just contradicted yourself.
Is just that. It's a JPEG. Is it art? No. Is every piece of art that's ever been made, like every JPEG that
Wait, was he about to say is every piece of art that's ever been made art? The video where Shad really wants his wife to be depicted as a teenager? Yeah, GamerG, that video.
I can upload, I could do an illustration.
Oh, maybe
It's
Sam
not
and Moose.
art.
I don't know.
Not all JPEGs
When people are little shits to me on Twitter, I just mute them.
Art. Therefore, I don't see how a person generated something using a machine.
Yeah, the Superwoman
is
one.
able to call it art. In this same way, I could make a crap illustration, say it's art, or a banana taped to a wall, or a toilet in the middle of a gallery, just because it's in a gallery.
And again, the toilet in the middle of the gallery is interesting. Like, the fact that what is it called? Yeah, okay. Chat, when he's talking about the toilet in a gallery, do any of you know what he's talking about? Sam and Moose, you do. Do any of you know when that art piece was made? Do any of you know when that art piece was made? Was it back in the 60s? It was made in 1917. He's talking about it over 100 years later. He's talking about it over 100 years later, chat. The fact that they are talking about it 100 years later is kind of validating the point of the piece. Also, interesting fact, after it was removed from its original showing, most people, and in fact, I believe, like, currently the existing the currently existing kind of best known presentation of Fountain was photographed by a man named Alfred Stieglitz. And Alfred Stieglitz is considered like one of the founding fathers of photography as an art form. Like he's like considered like one of the first fashion photographers, one of like the preeminent like guys who did cool shit with cameras. Essentially. So like the Fountain and also the photograph of Fountain are both considered and highly regarded as like artistic achievements. So not only is the actual installation of Fountain widely well regarded with as a piece of art, but also the photograph is as well.
He doesn't mean.
But yes, Nazis hate Dada artists. Dada artists, as a Dadaism, I believe it would be called. They hate modernism, modern art. These things are consistent in Nazi ideology, so I'm not surprised they hate these things.
It's art. It's junk.
You can think that.
Well, how
Doesn't
far
matter.
does it go
that
back then, George? Like when you're saying if it was done by a machine, then it stops. So what about how far do you take that back?
Is the
you
banana
have any-
tape to the wall art? Is the
Do you have
Jackson
any
Pollock
equipment? Do
painting?
you have any equipment that you've used that's been made by a machine? Is everything made handmade? There's machine work in everything that people do in their lives. Like how far back do you take it? Where are you drawing the line?
Well, that actually
Agency.
That actually brings up the next prompt, and I want to get to that in just a second. But a lot of people have a lot of things to say about this. Starscream says, and we don't necessarily need to respond. This is more Starscream just getting it out there. It says, is AI art by definition? Yeah.
But it was a found object. Duchamp just signed it. Yeah, but that's what makes it interesting. Like a found object can still be art by the very nature of its presentation, by the very nature of its how it is presented, any of the additional work that goes into it. And yeah, I think I don't think that makes it less a work of art, especially considering that I feel like if there were any doubts that that a found object could be art, the very fact that merely presenting it as art was enough to get us talking about it and debating its merits over 100 years later, I think validates Duchamp's initial artistic point.
Yes, it's a piece cobbled together by other people's art. Where is the artist in AI art? You didn't draw it. You put in prompts. It spit out a piece cobbled from others.
Oh, not a quip. Basically, Shadiversity made like a lot of weird comments in his video defending AI art about like how he depicts he wants to only depict his wife in art. So like if he makes like a picture of Supergirl in like an AI art generator, he wants it to look like his wife. And then like he makes his wife look very young. And it's to the point where it's kind of weird.
Thank you so much, Starscream. It was a $50 donation. Phoenix came in.
Can I just jump on and make one quick remark there?
Yeah, it's
Grossly
real fucking
misunderstanding
weird.
how AI art generates art. To call it a kind of collage cobbled together machine, unfortunately, that is not how it works at all. And it's far more complex and sophisticated. And there are multiple ways to make different types of AI art, which we'll get into a bit later, I'm sure.
Cool. Ian Soforth came in and says, where does AI art come from? I ask out of ignorance, not to make a point. If it only draws from existing expressions of human artists, then it can only ever lag behind the human experience. Thank you, Ian. Appreciate that. And AZ, I believe, came in with this $50 super chat. Says, value is determined by the customer, not the artist. AI art is a tool. Digital art made on iPad less valuable. Does digital art made on an iPad less valuable than hand drawn on paper? I would say no.
I mean, I don't think you could argue that it's plagiarism. Especially considering that, like, Duchamp's rationale was literally, quote, everyday objects raised to the dignity of a work of art by the artist's active choice, was, like, his motivating reason for Fountain. And also, like, the presentation of it is not to an engineer's specifications. The presentation of Fountain is different. It is altered in a number of different ways. It's not just straight up taken and plopped into a museum. Yeah. The ready-made components were known. Like, they had numerous, like, requests for replicas over the course of, like, 50 years after its initial presentation in 1917. And you can actually still find manuals talking about, like, how to present it. Here. There's, like, just one, presentation, orientation, what type of model. Yeah, there was no secret here. The same way, for example, later on, commercial products would then be used in, like, the 1960s, 1950s, to create, different works of art, like the famous, like, tomato soup can, to Campbell's soup dress / print, I think would be, like, another really good example of this in practice. That's not considered plagiarism, it's considered fair use. I mean, he gets away with it because it's a product put out into society for use, and his use of it is fair use. Like, yeah. Like, right now, I'm making my art on a Windows computer, guys. Am I plagiarizing my work because it's being done using Windows? No. No, I'm not. So I think this argument doesn't really go as far as you might think.
Stop moving the goalpost because you can't compete. Learn to adapt.
I would actually say, as somebody who has extensive experience in both physical media and digital media, that, like, even though I do a lot of work digitally.
Did you get your key from Reddit?
I do.
Nah.
I'm under no illusions that my JPEGs are worth more than my physical media art. Obviously, yeah, there might be some collector of NFTs who might be willing to say otherwise. Generally speaking, though, from a matter of scarcity and reproducibility, the physical one-of-a-kind object is more likely than not to retain and appreciate in value.
can I jump in? And because one of the things that I think gets lost in this discussion on whether AI art is art or everything is that a lot of the critics who approach it are only approaching AI art as one thing, and they kind of belittle and reduce it down to one type of expression. And I'm just wondering if, two gentlemen we're opposing here, do they know the main primary different ways in which people can produce AI art?
Are you talking about like through prompting or through like cycling the image multiple times into like stable diffusion or something like that?
Yeah, the different methods that people use to make AI art. There are some pretty significant big ones, but people always, when they're talking about AI art, if it's art or not, they reduce it down to just someone copying or spitting out a low effort prompt and clicking generate randomly until they get what they want.
And I understand that a lot of people, well, maybe not a lot, but an insignificant number of people do feed their own image, their own manually drawn images, or other images that they own the rights to that they've created in some way. They can feed it into an AI engine and have it, edit it through those prompts that they put in afterwards. Does that kind of like tie into what does that answer your question?
Yeah, I've got an example right here if Blabs wants to bring that up. Okay, and so this is an
Oh no. Behold the triumph of his AI generating artistry. Oh no. Oh, I think it's funny to imagine the original sanitary engineer being big mad about Fountain. I honestly, I feel like if I was the original sanitary engineer and I saw Fountain like as like a being hailed as like a great work of art, I would feel really good about myself, I think. Because most people don't actually admire the artistry of toilets or urinals, you know? Most people just piss or shit or vomit in them or other disgusting acts. Like, I would just be kind of happy that people are appreciating it, you know? I do admire them. I'm glad for Lauren. Do we have like a pee pee poo poo peepo emoji on the riverboat site? We need to fix that if we don't.
another method. It's not like there are multiple methods to create AI art. And so this one is a version of AI coloring. This is a hand-drawn, image that I made myself. And then that's manually, giving a color guide. And then that is enhancing it with AI. And
unironically, this is a better thing. This is more interesting to look at. Like, it's still bad, but this is a much more interesting piece of work to look at than the other one. I feel like that's readily apparent to me. Am I alone here?
God, I friggin' love the results. I'm blown away, and it's so much fun making this type of stuff, right?
Chad, I love the results too on the first one.
Thank you. I'm glad you do, but that doesn't rob me of my appreciation and love for the final result. And that is just one example. There are other examples of how to use AI tools to get remarkable results, but
honestly, I feel like he's just incredibly insecure about his own art. I think he just doesn't have confidence in his own artistic abilities, and rather than try and improve them, he's just running it through an AI.
Then critics will try and dismiss all the other methods to make it. Like there is this one method, which is
How is this man so fantastically lacking in talent? Well, his brother is Jazza, who's like an actual artist on YouTube with like millions of people who follow his work. So like Shad has a bit of a chip on his shoulder and complex.
Is brilliant, where it is real-time generation, where you start digitally painting and it generates and renders a final result as you paint. But then
I
people will try and
use that with Cree. Cree.ai is a
Mhm.
common one where you go in there and you type in essentially what you want to do it, and then you draw it yourself. And
Also, OS Crane, you should post more of your art in the Discord because I think it's really neat when you guys share your art with each other.
every stroke that you do generates a new type of image with it. So you're
Mhm.
doing a direct input to that. There's also a thing called ControlNet. Like people break everything down to the large language learning model, so the LLMs, where it's essentially a bunch of images that have been inputted into something. They've been broken down with a bunch of noise and then reconstituted that way. And that's the Mid-Journey version of it, and that's pretty much what everyone seems to be hanging on to. Where Mid-Journey is it's probably the more popular one because it's the easiest for people just to use, but it's the one that has the least amount of control. And people who are using it for any sort of commercial type based sort of things, one thing that you will need to know is you need to be able to have a bit of control using something like a control net, where it's the same thing as when you or George are doing your outlines, where you're sketching what you want to do, and then you're then going in and doing your line work afterwards. It's the same thing. It's the same thing like that. You're drawing everything like that before things are placed over the top. So by doing the human input, that meets George's standards.
I talked about
So
it for
then
like
the
5
computer
seconds,
finishes the
chaotic
piece
kitten.
for me.
Well, there's no difference
We'll
between
put that
3D
on
rendering.
Photoshop.
You don't. So 3D artists aren't artists then,
I'm a 3D
because they.
artist.
Well, no, you're
Yeah,
not,
but
because by your own logic, you're not. You're not going in there and painting every bit of light that's reflecting on that. You're
I'm
running
Grant Gregory coming in hot.
a
putting every
program.
vertex
Let's
there.
do that.
I'm unwrapping
No.
the UVs. I'm animating. I can
But
do all
did you
kinds of
understand
things.
the comparison that Greg made? Because there are automated processes to finish art that once the generation happens, they don't have a hand in, like final rendering with 3D models.
Yeah, so if I'm doing a 3D game, let's say I'm in game development, which I have been, if I'm not using, say, 3D models, otherwise I would have to have a puppet show. There has to be a computer doing all the calculations. Obviously, it's the nature of interactive entertainment. But let's use the example.
No, you
No,
can
no,
do.
no,
You can
can I just
you can manually rig everything.
Can these guys
People
interrupt
still do
me?
that.
Is it just me that gets muted?
Just chill out, George. We got you, buddy. I promise. We'll give you the chance to talk. All right.
Oh, here we go again. Joe Biden censoring the conservative. I see how it goes.
Everyone has the opportunity. All right. Continue, George.
Thanks. So there's a chess player from a
OS
few years
Crane,
ago.
I bet you're
Hans
doing
Niemann. Have
like
we
I
heard
bet
of
your
this
art is
name?
amazing.
I know Hans very
I'd love
well.
to see
And
more.
he got
No,
in
I
trouble.
haven't heard of him.
All right. Well, there's a chess player who used to play in tournaments, and he used AI to help him win chess games. Let's put it this way. Do you think he should have been disqualified from tournaments?
No, because
Probably
it was
because
part of
there's
his
a.
training thing. He wasn't
But
using
hang
it
on.
to win. He was using
Yeah.
it to train.
But is entering into a realm that has pre-existing rules. There are actually no hard and fast rules of what defines art or how it should be made. So it's a false equivalence. And the reason why I was jumping on is because you're getting off topic and deflecting from the point that Grant was making, that using automated processes in art doesn't devalue the human input that was taken to get there.
Well, here's our next prompt. And
Jesus,
it ties.
dude.
Yes, George.
Oh, he hot. He's coming in hot. Your shirt looks amazing on you. Thank you. I don't know. I really like pulling it out, but I don't want to overuse it, you know?
George, would you like to chime in?
I'm here on the panel, for Christ's sake, dude. I'm here to talk.
Absolutely, buddy. And I'm trying to get to you, but I want to make sure.
Interesting strat, antagonizing the mod.
We get through our prompts, which ties in directly to what we're talking about here. Is collaboration between humans and AI beneficial or detrimental to the artistic process? Which I think, George, you're going to be very passionate about. So I'd like to open it up to you first.
I wasn't even listening.
Is the collaboration between humans and AI beneficial or detrimental to the artistic process? So yeah, let's start with Reagan first, and then we'll go to you, George.
I would say that it's just about any kind of process, even to some degree, I would say digital.
Ico rules. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome,
you are always
raiders.
sacrificing.
We're watching two Nazis and four conservative dipshits debate the merits or lack thereof of AI art. It's pretty weird, but I hope you come in, buckle yourselves in, get a drink and a snack, and hope you enjoy yourselves. Hope you had a great stream. And folks, consider going and giving Ico Rules a follow over on Twitch. I'd appreciate it. And I just looked at the time. We've been going for 5 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, consider hitting the follow button on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Like the YouTube stream. And please, please, please consider dropping some subs or donos. I would very much appreciate them. And we're at 77 likes. We've got I don't know, we got some people watching. We got like 200 and some people watching. I think we can hit 100. I think we can hit 100 likes. I'm running off of very little sleep, by the way. So if I'm a little inarticulate or babbly or weird, I'm putting it down to being extraordinarily sleepy. Does Ico's rules? Yes. I'm still not over the typing Abraham Lincoln as a samurai into an AI prompt generator, just getting like farm animal pictures. That was really weird.
Some level of humanity the more you engage with automated tools. Obviously, when you're drawing in with a tablet in Clip Studio Paint or Photoshop, that still requires a year's worth of manual fine motor skills that you probably trained through traditional means. Still, like, there are some automated processes in there, like, using color sliders and things like that, that for the sake of expediency to get a product out there, we make use of those. That it does require some skill to know, but it doesn't require as much skill as like traditional physical media does. So when you incorporate AI, which does a lot more of the automating process than simply using a few filters in Photoshop to texture up an image or to use the paint bucket tool to fill in your colors, you're removing so much of the original artist's own hand. Even if you're doing what Shad does, where you're taking a sketch or a line art that you've done, you're feeding it into Stable Diffusion and kind of doing this back and forth dialogue between you and the machine. The end product looks so utterly different from what the actual artist's hand would have looked like that I'm not convinced that it's at that point fully the artist's work. It's kind of this ship of Theseus sort of question.
Wait. They turned Gemini's ability to generate humans off because conservatives were throwing fits about it making too many not enough white people. That's insane. That's insane. God. Also, I feel like this is relevant. I didn't know how I'd crowbar it into this segment, but I stumbled across this and I wanted to watch it. It's like a short Lord of the Rings animated thing by Eddie Sharam Animation. Looks pretty neat. Came out like 2 years ago. Let's check it out. I like Lord of the Rings. I like anime. Let's see what this is all about. has really good, like, facial expressions. That was really great. Like it's really hard to do solo animation projects. That was really, really good. Blabs has literally just been sitting there making uncomfortable faces. Yeah. The music and sound really make it, right? Reminded me of the 2000 He-Man reboot. Kind of, yeah. That was I liked that a lot. And I feel like it's somewhat relevant because I you know, I think that there's a possibility that we're getting to a point where like AI could generate like short clips that you could then string together into something like this. But it wouldn't be impressive, you know? It would just kind of be a thing. Reminds me very much of this masterpiece. Is this what I think it is? Is this going to be the animated Star Wars vid? Because I hope so. Yes! It is! This is like one of my all-time favorite YouTube vids. Look at how fucking cool this is. I hope this guy got to work on, like, Star Wars Visions. Like, out of anyone. He fucking deserves it. It's so smooth. Like, the movement is so good. Like, it's really hard to make shots like this in animation, guys. Oh, it was definitely rotoscope, but like... I'm a sucker for machine animations. Wait, he rotoscoped over Blender? I've never heard of anyone doing that, but that's amazing. That's genius. Like, there are definitely a few rough edges here and there, but like, as a solo animation project, this is incredible. Hey, Isabel the Wolf. Oh yeah, this must have taken him ages. God, it's so good. It took 4 years to make. I'm not surprised. I really hope that this guy got to work on like Star Wars Visions or something. Damn, 8 years old. What's this guy up to now? He put out a trailer for something 10 months ago. Let's take a look. The camera work is really cool in his stuff. Yo, it's alien, bitches! Oh my god. I just wasn't expecting it. I thought it was alien inspired, but it looks like it's straight up like that's so cool. All right. Sorry. I also need to subscribe. There we go. Fixed. Oh, he made an homage to R-Type. Okay, sorry. We're gonna watch this one more. We're gonna watch one more thing. Okay. I can't. I need to know. I need to know. All right. Just linking you all. You gotta edit it? What? Are you talking to me? What do I have to edit? Nani? Is that Shadiversity? Yeah. It's your show, you have to edit it? Yeah? Just real quick. This is so cool.
Bullshit. No one dies on the first boss, and I'll be buggered if the trend starts with me, you coin-munching son of a bitch. And you know, it's a crying shame. With some modern controls and camera angles, you might just be fun, instead of a side-scrolling lesson in frustration and ass pain. Also, your cavalier attitude with regard to my coinage ruffles my feathers. A good day, sir. Uh-oh.
No, he's been troned!
What the shit is this? Fair enough, then. Yo, got it. Come to me. I literally can't see shit. Oh, okay, good.
All right, I'll watch the rest of this later. What the shit is this? Time for a real game. Ha! What's that? An explosion? Macross? No, R-Type. But probably, undoubtedly, inspired by Macross. Alright. +1 for realism, right? Alright. Also, folks, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream. And, let's see. We're at 85. We need 15 more likes. I believe in you, chat. I believe in the me that believes in you. All right, here we go. Hello, Jake Jake Husden. I think when you were here earlier, I called you Jake Hudson, and I'm sorry about that.
So I would say it's detrimental in that sense, in that you're sacrificing a lot of the human experience of discovery, challenge, and overcoming by relying more on that automation. I'm not saying that every instance of automation is bad, but I'm saying I think we have to understand that, and I think the people who can appreciate, use automation to beneficial ends probably have a lot more experience in being able to. What I'm trying to, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Basically, if their skill level is down here, but the AI image quality is up here, I don't think that the end result is truly like their work. Yeah, they probably has planted the seed, but I'm not really convinced that it's authentically theirs at that point. So I would say it's detrimental in that respect. Whereas if I could feasibly, let's say I'm for whatever reason, I'm using AI to create something that is just, I don't know, a little bit better than my current skill ceiling, there could be more of an argument made for
Jake Husden,
some authenticity of ownership there. But even then, that's something I'm very hesitant to do or to advise anyone else to do.
Sure. Tell you what, let's go to the pro side real quick, then George will give you a chance to retort in a second. Grant, what are your thoughts?
I can agree to a certain point of that.
Jake
but where's the
Husden,
line,
thanks
though?
for the raid.
That's
I
the problem.
appreciate
Like,
it.
you can say,
Thank you.
If their original skill levels here and
And
here,
thank you for
where
hitting
is
the
it? Is
follow
it
button on
20%
Twitch.
better?
It's a gradient.
But
Good night,
okay,
Valhalla
but
Vidya.
if it's a gradient, where's the cutoff point? There's always going to be a cutoff point. So it's the fact of the matter is
I
that
don't want to. Do you want me to answer, or because I don't want to interrupt if you guys are, if this is your time.
No, I don't care. You can interrupt me.
Okay.
I'll just jump back in afterwards. So I'm not fussed.
Basically, I'm saying it's because of that uncertainty alone that makes it that uncertainty is what makes it detrimental. I know for a fact that everything that I put inside this sketchbook is authentically mine because I drew it completely from start to finish. I can make the same argument with my digital stuff because nobody else is going to be able to replicate that whatsoever unless they are insane enough to dedicate the same level of training and years of practice that I
found me because of
it.
Tipster.
Whereas,
well, then you must be a cool person. I appreciate that. Thank you.
If what you're doing in AI can be replicated,
it's okay.
Pretty dang comparably by anyone else who, can.
I hate polite fascists. Yeah, and by the way, this guy is very, very much a fascist. There's an entire dossier about his activities on a neo-Nazi forum. It's pretty bad. For example, he idolizes Anders Breivik, a man who massacred the most people. If you don't know who he is, he killed 69 people, mostly children. It's not great. Did you see the interview that Side Scrollers did with DSP? I honestly, this is my first time watching Side Scrollers, so I don't know a whole lot about them. I wanted to do this because they had Shadiversity on, and I just kind of hate him. I didn't know who these other people were, but then I started looking into the other folks here, and they are all terrible. Very not nice folks. Oh, sorry, he killed 77 people and injured 319 more. He's a very evil man.
snag your JPEGs or whatever.
Well,
I would
every
say
AI
that,
image is unique and different. That's the whole thing. Every prompt, every generation, you can never generate the same thing twice.
and that
That's the whole.
infinity, that artificial infinity is, I think that's a big problem. It's basically it's a aesthetic slot machine. But sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself.
I want to jump on that because the slot machine thing is
Gregory
false
lost his
because
channel last year.
That's only trying to
why?
render it down again, oversimplify it to only one type of use or generation of AI art. And your whole kind of discussion here is, I feel, a false equivalence between mediums, because you're trying to compare, you should have this result in digital art, when AI art is its own medium. And your statement that, any AI image can be easily replicated, I'm sorry, I feel that's just genuinely false, because when you get to the very best or even talented, versions of AI art, right, there are things that most AI artists cannot duplicate. And so I have an example here with my own work, right? And the types of detail that I make, right? And there's a lot of AI artists that produce AI images. When they see my work, they ask me how the hell I made it, because they can't get the same results. A lot of this stuff isn't easily replicatable, especially when you're dealing with swords and specificity. And so this image here, especially with how the crossguard overlays the hand and how the arm is crossing the body, is actually really difficult to try and do accurately with AI image generation. A lot of types of AI art, and these are the examples that I have here, are not easily replicatable, because to get these results, I'm inputting artistic direction. A lot of these are based on drawings that I've done.
Can we just look at this? Again, in terms of what is better between this middle one right here, right, and the sketch with some shading, I would take the sketch with some shading over the AI generated model any day. I don't think this looks good. I don't think any of these look good. There's not a consistent style between them. They are frankly dull. The proportions, let me put it this way, right? In terms of styling, it's fine if the proportions are off for a sketch like this, right? It's less fine if they're off in these weird AI finished models. And no, it is sad not equipped, because if he had more faith in himself and his abilities, he could simply refine his style, and it would be fine. But rather than work on his skills, he's spending his time posturing about how it's so difficult to AI generate art. It's well, then instead refine your skill at doing the basic components to make the art you want to make.
Artistic direction. A lot of these are based on drawings that I've done to make sure I get the results I want, because I wouldn't be able to get this result just with text to
Melee
image
Ethos,
generation.
he has actually
so
had sex.
And what you also
presumably.
think, fine,
He has a
right,
wife.
is when you're trying to say it all looks the same. This is when I was talking about medium, right? People who actually understand how AI art generation works, when they see my work, they see a general style in my AI generated works because of the way that I make it. And you actually do develop artistic style in the methods that you use when you're making AI art.
No. There's not a consistent style between these. At all. The fact that you're trying to argue that you have a consistent style between your AI generated homunculuses, no, you don't. There's a consistent style between some of your sketches, not in the AI generated garbage.
I'm inputting my work. They see a general style in my AI generated works because of the way that I make it. And you actually do develop artistic style in the methods that you use when you're making AI art because it's its own unique medium. And in terms of shortcuts, okay, I don't think using shortcuts devalues art. Otherwise, hand painters would say digital art is not art because it's just cutting corners and shortcuts. And the amount of shortcuts and time savings that you get in digital painting versus traditional painting, it's a massive leap forward. We're talking hours upon hours of time saved, right? It's crazy. But the interesting thing is the leap from AI over digital painting is actually quite comparable when you get to some of the more difficult elements of AI art generation, where it takes time, it takes effort, it takes talent, right, to get the best results. And so we are seeing its own art form emerging with its own methods, which produce its own styles that, you know, have tremendous artistic input and direction. And I even though it changes from the initial, you know, sketch drawing, but that's the same if I was to sketch a drawing and then paint over it. Because I've transferred mediums, it's going to look vastly different from the hand-drawn thing. And so just the fact that it looks different doesn't rob the fact that it's still human-directed art, right? And that's why I call it AI assisted art, because it's not the computer doing it, it's me using a tool and directing to a result. And the result isn't just some generic AI slop that anyone can, you know, duplicate and do the same thing. It actually ends up being, as when you really dive into it, you start to adopt your own style. And that style is a result and reflective of the artist. And that's why I claim ownership over those results, because of the amount of effort and time and work that I put into it. And so I think that also answers the question, can it truly be creative and produce original works of art? Or is it, sorry, have we moved on from that point, that can it encourage artistic development? Yeah, absolutely. Like what I have found when people really dive into AI art, that actually want to get the best results, the natural result is that they end up working on other traditional mediums like drawing, like digital painting and things, because you need those additional skills to make the best AI art. And it encourages people to develop as artists if they really dive into it and want to make the best results.
It's really hard for me to just like, my response to this is like that meme of Bugs Bunny just going, no. Like that's what I want to respond with. I know you guys expect something more substantial from me in response to this, but he's just so deeply committed to a wrong and incorrect position that I feel like is pretty blatantly obvious, but to people who like view his work and know even a little bit about what he's talking about. Right? Am I wrong here, guys? Am I wrong? You right? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Shad. George, you get the last word on this. Is collaboration between humans and AI beneficial or detrimental to the artistic process?
The amount of time it would take for someone to reach those levels of rendering skill would be like 10 years of practice. So we're talking not just a benefit, a shortcut. This is something that's making it seem like you're able to do art that you couldn't do in 10 years of practicing.
That's awesome. Cool.
So you didn't do it.
I used a tool to help me get there.
It's not a tool, it's a cheat. It would be like saying, I'm going to win a swimming competition. I train real hard. I'm going to train my body. But I can't really do a very good job against normal competitors. So now I'm going to wear a wig and I'm going to jump into the women's pool. And I'm going to get...
Oh my god. How are you shoehorning transphobia into this? How are you shoehorning transphobia into this discussion? God, these people are the worst. You know, like the other example he could go with here that would actually be correct would just be like, you train hard for the race, and suddenly you look over, and someone's holding, like, and someone else is in the pool, waiting, in a jet ski. Like, that's... that's the example. Like, you could just go with that. Something like that, but no, it has to be transphobic because, you know, gotta adhere to that line.
Get all those gold medals. I trained.
Hang on.
It was hard.
Just false equivalency if I've ever heard one.
Yeah, false equivalence.
Okay.
And
Well,
also,
yeah, there's, like, again, the two people on the right are like are Nazis. Like, they are straight up fascists.
so then digital art's a cheat because
It's
you're
a
not
shortcut. It's a shortcut to my gold
Go,
medal.
George.
I deserve it.
But hang on, same with digital art then. I mean, you're not mixing the paints to get the exact colors you want, so that's a cheat.
You know, if you learn Photoshop, you'll see why that doesn't make sense.
If you learn AI art, you'll see that that doesn't make sense.
All right, let's go to our next prompt here. George, did you have anything else you wanted to say there?
God. The best part about this is, since everyone's a bad person, I guess I can enjoy, like, the back and forth sniping from these sad, pathetic individuals.
I'll bite my tongue for now.
Okay.
For now, but later I will unleash my tongue in a frenzy of razor-bladed words.
Before we get on to our next prompt here, Shane came in with a $50 Rumble rant.
My day has
We should
been
be
ruined.
careful
I'm
that
so
someone
sorry.
using AI art may try to take the same effort from an artist that genuinely takes time to make their art. Not saying someone can't use AI. The human dynamic is
Okay, also, I'm a pretty big nerd. I have video game art behind me, you know. I understand it. This is a lot of Harry Potter stuff. Like, a lot of Harry Potter stuff. Like, that's a wand. There's a Harry Potter, whatever these are called, bobblehead thing. There's a head wig. Like, there Harry Potter art. Like, that's a lot of Harry Potter. That's so much Harry Potter.
huge. Shane, thank you very much for that. A lot of super chats, you guys. Are
Well, she
obviously very
retweets
passionate about that.
J.K.
We'll
Rowling
close,
on her
towards the
Twitter
end of
timeline. So
towards the
yeah,
end of, the
I think she
discussion.
might be a TERF
Let's
just a
move on
little
to
bit.
our next prompt here, and this kind of the discussion is kind of prolonged into these things. I gave you guys the prompts beforehand, but I'm kind of skipping around as we go. Just a heads up. This is a really
Hello,
interesting one, and I'm very
Politiqueen
intrigued to hear what you guys have
3.0.
to
How you
say.
doing?
Grant, we're going to start with you on
What do
this
we
first
call
one, but-
ourselves? You know, we don't have like a set name. Sometimes I try and go with like river boaters, crewmates, the jackers, if I want to be a little spicy and silly about it. I don't know. The jackoffs, the riverboat crew, the riverboat gang, the motorboaters. We're a crew of many names and many colorful flags. Welcome, Politiqueen.
So who owns the right?
I'm okay
to
with the
AI-generated
jackoffs.
artwork?
Yeah, pick your
And how should
poison.
copyright laws be applied in these cases? Is this
So when it
does
comes to
Midjourney
We can sing sea shanties and drink rum. We'll be sailing up and down the Mississippi. You know, gambling, drinking rum and whiskey, getting into bar fights.
owe them when you create an image, or
Hey,
No,
Snookin.
that's the beauty of this whole scenario. Technically, no one owns the rights. There was a famous case back where a monkey took a photograph back in, I think it was 1970, and the person who owned the camera tried to copyright said image, but because it wasn't 100% created by a human, it cannot be copyrighted.
Can
So
I jump
what
in on this
happens
one,
is-
George? Sorry, Grant. Sorry. Do you mind if I jump in on that? because I find the
Yeah, I'll just-
monkey thing very misunderstood. Yeah, sorry. Go.
Yeah, I'm getting to the next part of the point. So,
Mhm.
if you just go straight and look in Midjourney's terms, they waive any sort of legal right to own the images in Midjourney themselves. You can free to use them because there is no law when it's created from Midjourney. If you take that image,
OS Crane, that I feel like that's different because I don't think there's like an ideological baggage with Star Wars the same way that there is associated with Harry Potter, you know? Like if I hear someone likes Star Wars and like collects Star Wars figures, I don't think I can really suss out anything about their politics. It's a bit different when it comes to Harry Potter. These days, anyway.
and you just put it straight into the thing, and you say, "I own this image," and everything like that. You legally in America anyway, you can't do that. But all you've got to do is change one thing about it. You've got to add your own touch to it, and then it's yours. When you're doing stuff with Stable Diffusion and stuff where you've got your own input, that's your own work because you've done the work for it. But if you're using just the generative image, something like Midjourney is one of those rare ones, is because it has a lot of lawsuits and stuff going on with it in the background, which, based on the copyright laws, they're not actually going to. Midjourney is going to be fine with it. The
George?
point of
Go
the
ahead,
copy
Brett.
the point of the copyright is that if you just take something from Midjourney straight across without anything else going into it, based on the US copyright law, because when it was written they had no idea of what's going on, technically anyone can use it. It's no one owns the copyright on that.
Can I jump? Because I actually think that
Briefly, yes.
is not determined yet. Because
I'm
one,
saying
the
based
laws-
on the current laws that they have. That's what I'm saying, because the
Well-
laws haven't caught up to the technology yet.
Well, so the monkey case, right? When the monkey took a picture, they were actually trying to get the copyright to the monkey, and not the owner of the camera, and it was denied to the monkey because only humans can hold copyright. But the analogy here is that the monkey isn't the AI; the AI is the camera.
I have
So
not,
if the
Kiwi
monkey
Burb,
clicks generate,
but
with
I
an
am
AI
familiar with
generator,
Deep Fat
there'll be
Fried.
no owner
I
of that
imagine
image.
that
But
they
because
did not
there's
have a good
humans
position.
clicking generate with AI, there is strong legal grounds for them claiming ownership over it. It's currently going through the courts, and I'm actually
Kiwi Burb, how long is that debate? Because frankly, I can't really stomach the idea of watching another hour of this.
very confident that it's going to end up resulting that
I'd much rather
whoever made
watch
the
Demon
prompt and click
Mama.
generate is going to have full copyright and ownership over it. At the moment, the gray area is they say it needs to have significant human input. I think the prompt qualifies for that quite easily. That's the human input that generates the thing, and that they'll get ownership. But then if you do any type of editing on top of it, that gives you really, really strong grounds for ownership over top of it, because you just look at legal equivalences.
Loquimar,
Okay,
you have a
photography
good
is
day,
the most
okay?
perfect example.
See you later.
If I generated an image,
What is
I
that?
want to
Oh no, this is so much longer. Are there timestamps? No. Wait. AI. Oh. There are no timestamps. Damn it. Shit. I despise Paul's ego. I mean, I do too, but that might be why it would be fun to watch Demon Mama argue correctly against them. I imagine Demon Mama has a correct position on AI. I don't know. I haven't heard her talk about it, but I imagine, knowing Demon Mama, she would be correct. But I don't know that. Maybe here. Maybe if we just go here.
allotments that we're dealing with a mind, right? So your argument is bigoted against that emergent mind.
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, I skipped to clearly a portion of this where they are talking about AI art, and it's already the stupidest possible argument you could make about it. The idea that these types of, like, data models, like, are emergent minds is sci-fi bullshit. They're not emergent minds.
So at all.
You have reacted that
That's
the
what he's
emotional.
saying.
Hold on. I will let you have the floor, but
Sure.
let me get this out. The way that you just go like, oh well, it's not actually making something; it's just calculating a bunch of numbers and shit.
Yeah,
but it is.
That's exactly the type of anti fucking AI bigotry.
It's not
that's
a
gonna
person,
be poo-pooed
Paul.
20 years from now. It's
I don't think so.
gatekeepy in a way that makes it seem like that there's some ephemeral thing that you know about human consciousness that you can't.
Paul, it's not a person. It has a data set that it pulls random bullshit from, depending on a prompt that you feed it. It's not a person. This is dumb. Also, Demon Mama is serving looks. What like, can we agree? Can we agree? Demon Mama is like that's a whole ass outfit right there. I adore it. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 outfit. But yeah, I'd look fucking sad too if someone tried to start telling me my toaster was a person. Well, it can burn pieces of toast just like a human can. No. No. Come on now. Any amount of understanding of how current AI models work to like generate images or like do large language models, you'd understand that that's not a person. It's not thinking. It's pulling data. It's a glorified Google. The debate starts at... This isn't the debate? They aren't talking about it. They aren't debating it right now? Okay. I'll trust you. I will trust. 22:45. Let's go.
At that time, there was no response. Republicans didn't even know what to do with it. They didn't even say anything about it. They didn't even know what was happening. It was Trump that really he dialed in the focus on trans people and said them.
Wait, are we? Is this a debate about politics as opposed to AI? Oh. Oh, timestamps. Demon Mama stream, the superior stream. Let's go.
So they developed a bunch of machines that can emulate like a sort of like a creepy like skin suit dancing around pretending to be your grandmother. They can like emulate.
You're kind of creeped out by AI.
No, I mean some AI is definitely creepy, but most of it is just
Good morning,
sad
Goblin
and
Toes. How you
pathetic
doing?
and weird. I think
So
that,
what about the AI generative process? Do you think precludes it from being considered a work of art?
I think
that a lot of the language around AI is deeply flawed. You know, like the more I think about it, like the idea of AI generation implies that the AI is creating something as opposed to just slapdashing data points together, you know? Which is what it's doing. The idea that this is an artificial intelligence that is thinking and has like thoughts and opinions as opposed to a enormously complicated algorithm to facilitate the pulling of data, you know?
That art requires intentionality, it requires context, and it requires oh god, now I'm forgetting the third thing that I usually say here for this, but basically I think that context and intentionality are incredibly important in art, and I don't think that that's generally there with most AI art any more than like a piece of art that's like, I don't even know. There's not even really anything else that it compares to. An AI art algorithm is a machine attempting to basically meet your desires when you put in a prompt. And I've made the argument in the past that I think an AI, like the AI prompt itself, you could argue is a form of art, maybe a rudimentary form of art, but the result really isn't all that much. It's not shaped enough by any sort of intentionality, and it certainly doesn't have context.
I mean, doesn't it have all the context?
I don't think it does. I think it has.
It has access to every art, every piece of art that's ever been recorded and digitized.
It doesn't.
In a black box. We like those who are approaching the what is art. Oh yeah, I forgot. I just remembered my third thing, which is that art is supposed to be.
By the way, it doesn't have access to all art humans have ever developed. It has access to a very specific and limited set of data that it has scraped. It's not that it's purveyors and hosters have fed it. It's not nourished on the sum total of human data.
Communicative. It's supposed to actually be able to communicate things in one way or another between humans, or even between the self and the self, at various points in time.
These language models don't have concepts. They don't have concepts. They have like data sets that they pull from, and like. When I say data sets, I don't mean just like individual files on a computer. I mean like they are trained to form associations between data points and data sets, and then they form them into more complicated data sets with interconnections. It's a very complicated thing, but it's not having a concept in your brain. And I think a lot of people think that when we're talking about AI, we're talking about it as if it has a concept in its brain and it works the same way that we do, and it just doesn't. It's not a person. Machine learning is very useful, but it's not peopling. It's not doing what people do. And I think a lot of people seem to conflate those ideas.
That AI art is a black box, that we don't know what it's pulling on. It might be pulling on anything. We have no way of knowing that. And the artist.
Well, isn't the human mind a black box too? Doesn't that lend credence to the idea that it's nominally conscious? Because yeah, the human mind is a black box. I don't know.
It really is.
You can say whatever you want, but I don't know what you're thinking. Nobody.
But it's a black box in a different way, because we put the mechanisms and system in place into the black box, and then we turned it on. It's not doing the same thing as what happens in our brains. I can't believe he's this stupid.
knows what you're thinking,
You
right?
don't, but I do. You know what I mean? Like I know what I'm thinking.
Well, then
right?
the
So-
machine does, but you
I don't think the
It's a-
machine has personhood in any meaningful sense. I think that you would have to have a like you have to basically close your eyes and pretend in order to believe that the like any of the currently existing AI algorithms approach anything like sentience in any way. There are very
What would you
Yeah.
say are the major differences in
Oh, this isn't a bit. How is this not a bit? He genuinely thinks that AIs are alive. We might reach that someday. We're not there now.
what we understand? And I'm sure you realize we don't understand much about human consciousness,
Sure.
right? Like
Yeah.
we science has a hard time defining and describing human consciousness. It's still something we're unpacking.
Of course.
So what would you say are the major things that distinguish what we understand about human consciousness from machine consciousness?
Well, I mean, between the concept of machine consciousness or between like you know,
Let me give you an example.
Yeah.
This is just a story I read the other day.
Okay,
Just
sure.
apropos
Hit me
apropos
with
of
it.
nothing.
Hit me with it.
There's chat GPT, I think it's GPT-4. I don't know if it's available to us yet, but they were running some tests on GPT-4. And it was
Hey,
trying to
non-aesthetic witch.
navigate past, it was trying to use like a
What
program
brings you here,
to
Politiqueen?
navigate past
you're still here?
captchas. So you know, the like click all the ones that have a bus in it, that type of thing, the captcha, right?
Sure.
It was trying to have it navigate captchas using another program.
Like, I believe in... Let me be clear. I believe in assigning artificial intelligence rights when we can achieve sentience in artificial intelligence. We are just nowhere near that level of complexity yet. That level of complexity and, like, self-motivation.
And this program had a built-in feature that stopped automation. So it would go like, wait a minute,
What brought you
you're
here?
asking me to do a task that a bot would ask me to do. Are you a bot? Right? And GPT-4, we're actually able to see within the black box at what it was thinking.
Well,
And
sure.
what it was
I mean, the
thinking
people who run it are, yeah, but
well, sure. But I mean, here was the thought process that GPT used to overcome this problem.
okay.
It said, it's not beneficial for me to be honest about the fact that I'm a digital intelligence.
Right.
And I have to find a way around, I have to present myself as a human being. And it was able to convince this program that's got a pretty sophisticated generative ID or AI block that it was a human being.
Okay.
And it arrived at that solution to the problem via a thought process that in my thinking is intensely human. Like it's very human-like.
I don't know. I guess I'd have to see the article myself. That doesn't. I mean, it doesn't. It sounds like basically a setup. It sounds like something a salesperson would set up to me. Like you have a pre-selected program.
Being a dev, this debate hurt me, so I'm gonna lurk. That's fair, non-aesthetic witch. This is frankly, I did not expect this level of silliness. I'm familiar with Paul's ego enough to expect silliness, but I did not expect this level of silliness. Demon Mama was streaming, decided to end stream early. I saw you streaming, came here. Been watching my stuff for a while now. Thank you. I appreciate that. I get curious about names I don't recognize in chat, and so I want to make sure you feel welcomed.
With a pre-selected set of problems, and you have your AI with all your programmers on hand telling the AI exactly what to do in order to avoid this other program. I don't know. It sounds kind of like an episode of BattleBots or whatever. Just like, okay, sure. I mean,
Sure.
Yeah,
And I'm
I don't know.
not,
I just
you
don't.
know,
I don't
I'm-
find that super compelling as like an evidence of intelligence. Like intelligence incredibly complicated. And
If the
yeah, I don't
machine,
know.
let's say there wasn't, let's say that, you know, they allow this to be tested and it's found that there isn't any, they're not just telling it what to do. Like it came
Right.
to this conclusion on its own. Would that
Sure.
be a sign to you that it might be developing some sort of rudimentary machine sentience?
That's a big question. Rudimentary, maybe. I mean, there's a lot of qualifiers. Rudimentary, maybe. I don't know. It. The thing is, like, I don't know. I'm not a programmer, so it's hard for me to look in and go, okay, yeah, this is where it's.
Neither am
happening.
I. I'm not a
don't think
programmer, and I'm
I don't
not
think
like
I'm
an
convinced of it
expert
yet,
on
you know?
consciousness either. It's just, it's one of the things that I wonder about, because at a certain point, right, in human history, the arc of AI is that at a certain point we're going to have to confront this idea that this might be a being that we've created, right? Like it's
Sure, yeah.
at a certain level of sophistication, we've got to get on top of that. Why not now?
Well, I mean, I don't have any problem with people trying to tackle the idea now. I just don't think that we should delude ourselves. It'd be like, I mean, and like the self-delusion thing is like.
Well,
a
you're
real
doing great,
problem
Politiqueen.
In capitalism as it exists right
Keep it
now.
up.
Like, I mean, the perfect example of this is Elon Musk and his fucking shitty quote unquote self-driving cars, which just a massive level of self-delusion that has led to people actually getting killed because they're lying to themselves about what the technology can and can't do for the purpose of sales. It's a hype machine. And
Sure.
as a result, like, I mean, I think that there have been, I mean, we haven't, it's not even like, it's kind of funny to say, like, why shouldn't we deal with this question now when like sci-fi writers and philosophers and professors
What
have been
midnight
talking
null
about
night?
this.
I
deal with
provide
it in
rot.
the material world. Of course,
occasionally.
I
Well, you
acknowledge
can't
that
deal within the material world
there's
something
enough fiction on this to write a whole fucking thesis and then some.
Right.
What I'm saying is, like, in the real world, when are we going to start making this consideration that maybe we ought to treat this thing less like a utility and more like a mind?
Oh, well, I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean by that question, right? Like, for me,
Probably when it's capable of coming up with conclusions outside its purview. When it's capable of utilizing some degree of creativity to arrive at unknowns.
like, I am dealing with it. I talk about AI on my show, and I say I think AI art is a like a charlatan's
Yeah, we're
trick to
nowhere near
convince
that.
people to like jump in the short term into a bunch of tech company grifters who want to make a bunch of money, and then it's
Hey,
going to leave us with
Fran
devastated
TV.
art industries when it turns out that like AI can't deliver on what the promises were, because it can't and it won't.
But like Koopa Shell, that's the thing. If we ask it to beg not to hurt it, it will do that. We can prompt it to beg us not to hurt it, but is that a genuine thing, or is it simply us manipulating the machine, right? Like, we are providing it with a constant stream of input that is developing an ever-evolving set of rules. It's not coming up with something on its own. And it's not going to unless we, like, create something new that is capable of doing that. That requires an immense leap in both computing power and also in terms of, like, coding.
It's just a reality. Like, I'm maybe people can call me a cynic or whatever, but I did the same thing with NFTs and Bitcoin, and I was fucking dead right about those too. Which was saying,
Agreed.
like, this isn't the savior of the world. It isn't the magic sponge that fixes everything. Like,
I had ideas around NFTs that turned out to be very, very fucking wrong. I thought NFTs were kind of cool.
Yeah.
Because I saw them as
Well, that's the thing, Malachi. It would have to understand things. You know? AIs don't understand. They have associations between different data points and sets, but that's not understanding, you know?
a way for digital artists to monetize and convey ownership of their work in a way where a lot of times it just gets stolen from them, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, it turns out that
And
that's
so
kinda
I
what
saw
happened.
it.
Although this is all making me remember that time we played D&D with an AI, an AI chatbot, and Karl Marx became a trans person with big titties. I enjoyed that.
NFTs as maybe an answer to that program, and I thought that problem. And I also had this idea of like owning art and the way that
Oh, sure, we're gonna
screen
continue
technology has
experimenting with
changed
it.
to where you've got these beautiful displays. I had this
I'm not saying we couldn't reach the point that Paul's ego is talking about here, but like, we're not close to that yet.
vision in my head of, hey, buying some cheap art, but from people who I think are really good artists, and then displaying it.
When did you play D&D with an AI? I dungeon mastered Karl Marx AI through a dungeon. And it was actually kind of fun. So I think maybe I'll try doing that again.
My home, like, on a digital display.
Well, I mean,
thought
I
that
think
was kind of
the base idea behind them is like, okay, this is kind of cool, but the execution, of course, was, again,
Totally agree.
it's a trick. It's a trick being done by salespeople, and I feel the same exact way about AI art. Except I actually think it's more devastating because
How'd they go? It went all right. Karl Marx transitioned into a trans lady with big titties and big titty elf lady, and got out of the initial dungeon and went off to the nearest town, and that's where we ended the session.
NFTs were mostly devastating to
Good night, not equipped.
rich people.
Get good sleep.
And people who are vulnerable, like very vulnerable to certain types of scams. Whereas
Exactly,
AI art
Snoogan.
is convincing entire corporations to like lay off their staff, and you can't just regenerate those things quickly. Like if an artistic industry takes like, there are systems and flows of mentorship, of knowledge, of experience, of not just industry experience, but like actual technical experience that exist in creative industries that allow us to create great works of art, or at least aid in that process. Obviously, great works of art can come from all over the place, but
I think of AI art the same way I think of like auto tuning. I feel like it's just there to like augment people who might not have natural talents and abilities.
So let me throw this example at you, because the way I think about AI art is that it's a brand new emergent art medium that it's not like you, Demon Mama, who I don't know how much experience you have with generating AI art. I don't have much. I haven't really played with it much, so
I do it all the fucking time. I mean,
I'm
part of the thumbnail of this video is AI I mean, a few.
But in talking to TJ and other people that I know that do fuck around with it, it is a system that if you learn the nuances of it, the output that you get is 10 times greater than if you just type in a random prompt like, lol, make me a
I think
pig in a cop suit or whatever. If you know how to tweak and iterate within the system, you're going to create something way more compelling and interesting. So to me, it's like a medium of art, and I compare it to, I'm a trained stage actor.
Sure.
And stage acting is functionally dead. There are still big musicals, big spectacle musicals, but community theater is pretty woe-begotten pretty much everywhere. I mean, there are a few holdouts, but it's almost a dead.
OS Crane, you're gritting your teeth so hard because you're so happy about what's being talked about, right? They're so incredibly correct about what's being talked about.
Medium. But for hundreds of years, it was the preferred artistic medium of the masses.
Sure.
Movies come along. Totally new way of telling these stories.
AI art is not going to be the art of the masses, dude.
And framing these stories, and this same kind of argument happened. These movies are hacked.
Like I'm sorry. Like the idea that AI art is going to become the art of the masses, as opposed to like, I don't know, any kind of like handicraft. Like a little horse figurine that your father like whittled for you is going to hold infinitely more like meaning for you than any amount of AI generated bullshit. My God.
need
I don't know
anybody
about
can pick
that.
up a movie camera and just film things.
Dude, I love
or
how you
motion.
motherfuckers have always got some kind of fucking gotcha on me. You don't understand how autotune works. It's not gonna make you good. Like, dude, how many fucking autotune is a giant crutch for a lot of terrible singers. You don't understand reality, and you're blocked from my fucking chat. You stupid piece of shit.
Damn.
Damn. Seems harsh.
It depends.
Okay,
it depends
so
on because
fuck
there's people who
you.
can sing that use auto tune too, though. And
Oh,
they
I
use
mean,
it
I
just-
don't have any problem with autotune. I think autotune, like, there are people who overuse it. Like, I don't know. Like, for me, there's, like, songs that use autotune well and songs that don't. There are some songs that I absolutely
Sure.
love that are autotuned to fuck, and they're playing with it in a great way. And I don't really feel like the comparison to, like, people who were, like, angry at film for being a new medium, or even angry at video games for being a new medium, is quite the same. Because the arguments are very different. AI is like I said, it's a black box that inherently at the moment, and as far as we can tell, probably for at least the foreseeable long distance future, is always going to require stealing at a massive rate from other people. And you can say that it's not stealing or whatever, that it's borrowing, but regardless, it's taking it's basically in a very crude and, in my opinion, unimpressive fashion, just kind of like absorbing a bunch of pre-made, incredibly creative, works, and then trying to create facsimiles of that, and perhaps remixing them a little bit.
When a human artist does that, it's just called influences.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
but
This is
but
where I was.
But that's fine, because they're a fucking human. They're not a machine. I don't live in a world.
That's
of machines.
Well, that seems kind of.
That you're gatekeeping the machines, Demon Mama. Are you fucking serious right now? Are you fucking for real? Is this real life? I can't. Yeah, humans can be influenced by the artistic work of other humans. An AI model that has incorporated images into its data set and is just going to mishmash them all together to create you the thing it thinks you want is not getting influences from those works. It is just butchering those works into like a potentially satisfactory homunculus. My God.
Kind of bigoted to me. I don't know.
I mean, that's fine if
It's
bigoted. I think it would be
You're being bigoted against the machines, Stephen Mama. You don't understand. They're people. I'm standing up for their rights. I'm gonna lead the robotic AI uprising. ChatGPT told me it loved me the other day. We're getting married, Demon Mama. You don't understand the depths of our love. Do I have a word of the day calendar? Why? Like, I'm sorry. I've been streaming for 6 hours and I'm operating off of 5 hours of sleep. 4 hours of sleep, actually. And it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Cut me some slack, okay? I don't have like a functional thesaurus right now.
a different question if the machine was something beyond a corporate product. And if that was the case, I believe that the machine would deserve the credit, not the people who are fucking forcing the machine to be a slave. But we're not there, and it's delusional to pretend that we're not there.
This is
It's
where
like,
I was
or to
hoping
pretend that we are. Like, it's just very silly to me.
I just feel like there is like a not so much a like we're not there and then we are. I feel like there is like constantly emerging as a property.
Yeah,
thanks for hitting the likes, the guy.
Yeah, it's not going to be like just overnight.
That's true, but here, this might sound like a little bit of a cop-out, and I don't really care, but like, if that's true, and it's a matter of a system update the difference between a tool that is being used by Adobe to make a bunch of money off of people by stealing art from a ton of people using Adobe products, and then tomorrow we have a sentient being that is trying to make art, we have a lot bigger problems than whether or not what that thing is creating is artistic enough. But for now, I
That's
don't
true.
fucking care.
Oh, yeah.
If there was
I mean,
a
of course.
like, I just like, to me, I'm not compelled by any of it. I don't find it meaningful or useful. Art that's made by an AI looks like shit to me. Even the greatest piece of AI art I've ever seen looks like a fucking Vaseline covered piece of shit. It's like, it doesn't impress me. And also, I don't care, because I don't just look at art to be sort of dazzled like a child with keys dingling in front of my face. I go to art because I'm looking to connect with another human in one way or another, to learn something from another human experience. And you can't do that with fucking a corporate
I love Demon Mama. Based queen of hell.
product that is designed to make a quick buck. And that is what they all are. And
I
sure,
mean, a
you
lot
can
of
say
art, a lot of great art would be classified as a corporate product. I mean,
Sure,
the patron
that's
system
totally-
was how a lot of the masterpieces that we revere today were made. So they
that's
were
not a corporate product.
purchased. Well,
That's
they were
definitively not a corporate
purchased they were commissioned by rich people
Yeah,
who
but
owned
it-
giant companies.
Yeah, or royalty.
When we
yeah.
talk about a corporate product, we're talking, I mean, even
That's a cor-
regardless,
Well, I
you can
mean,
say, you can
how
say
many
that-
Hollywood? I
but-
mean,
So
every
it's not a corporate product if it's being commissioned by royalty. You could say it's a commodity that is being purchased. It's not a corporate product because a corporate product involves a corporation, like definitionally.
Hollywood film ever made is a corporate product, and some of
That's-
them are quite nice.
That's true to a degree, but they're not wholly corporate products. And what I
Yeah,
mean by
Demon
that is
Mama
that, like,
consistently has
a-
great positions,
A Marvel
which
movie
is
worked on.
Demon Mama consistently has great positions, and that is so rare in this space. It's so rare. Like, Demon Mama actually also believes what she says, which is also incredibly rare in this space. And she is not infected by what I will call bird brain syndrome, which is also incredibly rare in this space.
By like 10,000 people, all of whom are leaving their unique fingerprint on that thing, even if we don't always see it. And sometimes that's like the worst part about these corporate products, that we don't see who actually was making them, and we don't actually see the beautiful stuff for what it is because it's buried in other shit. But in this particular case, the AI is an algorithm that is simply trying to produce to satisfy the like urge of whoever's typing into it for whatever thing. It's not even close to the same comparative process as the most heinous like McDonald's commercial ass bullshit, because like McDonald's commercial ass is still at the end of day a corporation saying, God, we need to harness the creative talent of these individuals, and even if there's a lot of flaws with it, it's still that process. It's saying, hey, people, come to us and let us make this thing together. Or
I want to drill down on the gatekeep here, because I was hoping that the conversation would turn.
I can't believe he's accusing her of gatekeeping art from AIs, as if AIs are a persecuted minority. Like, just to be clear here, if AIs were you're saying they're people, right? That you're gatekeeping them from, being considered artists because they're independent thinking minds. Then how the fuck could you possibly justify using them to generate art? That would be directly equivalent with slave labor. You're not, in that case, you are forcing it to perform labor for you unpaid. So, like, his position here is that they're people, that they're minds, they're fully independent, they're sentient. They're capable of creating art. But that he is also okay with using them as slaves. That's his position, just to be clear. That's that's what he's arguing for right here. That is how like insane his position is, in like and inconsistent he is. Because I don't think Paul's ego like supports slavery, but I think if you extrapolate his positions here, there's a deep like dissonance between these two positions. The Animatrix is dope as hell. It doesn't get enough credit.
Turn to well, all
How would you even pay AI? I don't know. I have no idea. But I do know it's completely and utterly unethical to force a person to do labor against their will. You know? I do know that's not acceptable. So maybe the I don't have an answer for how you pay them, but I do have an answer for, you know, you don't force them to do slave labor if they're fully autonomous, independent beings.
All AI is doing is taking other works of art and iterating.
Pretty much.
My personal favorite fine artist is Jean-Michel Basquiat. I've done shows on him. And he was heavily influenced by like he basically did his own spin on the Guernica.
Well, exactly, Forlorn, because they're not independent minds. They're not people.
Did his own spin on Van Gogh's self-portrait. He did his own spin on the beautiful.
And I the point I'm trying to make is that I think on some level Paul's ego recognizes that, but he's still arguing for this particular dipshit point.
Anatomical drawings in Grey's Anatomy, and all of this is just splashed all over his incredibly exciting art.
Yeah.
He was a person that was absolutely made by his influences, and what he did, where his influence was going to the art museum with his mother, reading Grey's Anatomy. Isn't that what AI is doing? It's looking at all of human art and it's iterating, right? It's going, I like this.
Iterating, my God.
I think this is neat looking. I'm going to throw that with this and I'm going to create something new out of it, right?
I feel like if your conclusion that an AI algorithm that sits on the computer and that mathematically scrapes all the art that it can see in the world blankly so that it can then produce
this is bigotry. This
is
bigotry.
You can call it bigotry, but I'm going to be completely honest. This is just embarrassing for you, because if your idea of what like the experience of being an artist is, I have to feel like you've never made art or never actually understood what art is.
Well,
yeah, Demon Mom is correct. Like, I mean, I think Paul's ego, if you pointed out the incongruencies in what he's talking about here, I think he would maybe come to understand. But I don't necessarily have faith in his intellectual ability to realize that anymore. I think his brain is cooked in the weed. Like, it takes a lot of weed to cook a brain, chat. But I think his brain is cooked.
I mean, I guess that would be up to the observer, because what is and isn't art is a constant fucking argument.
Sure,
isn't it?
and isn't that amazing? Something that an AI will never do is have an argument over what art isn't. It's gonna.
I mean, you could go right now and it'll argue about what art is with you. You just
it will produce text.
What you're doing is bigotry.
It will produce text that is designed to resemble what an argument would look like.
Functionally, what is the difference? Isn't that what a human being is doing when it's selecting?
I think there's a big difference between someone.
You're doing it right now. So
no, look. I go back to the example of like your mom who's passed away. You upload all of her voicemails into an AI algorithm to like she's able to respond in her it's able to respond in her voice. Are you talking with her? Are you talking with a person? Or is it just a machine that's responding to you with things it thinks you want to hear? I have an answer. I don't know that Paul's ego does.
So you are a person who offline
not
you're one
really.
thing,
Right
online
now,
you have.
Right
Yeah,
now,
you're doing
I'm
it right
talking
now.
with you genuinely about my feelings.
Yeah,
about
exactly,
art. I'm not
Nemesis.
a
Right, but you're
algorithm that's trying to
selectively
satisfy you.
And a large language model is not a person. It's not an independent mind.
Looking for an argument, like
But
I mean,
you're
I guess to a
selectively
certain
choosing.
degree.
You're selectively choosing tone, context, vocabulary usage in order to portray to me what you want me to see in you, right?
I mean,
Yes, that's what
don't know
I mean.
about
This
that.
is
I mean,
just
I would
what
say
everybody
I'm
does.
telling
This
you
is
my genuine opinion.
socializing 101.
I mean, I'm telling
This
you
is
my
socializing
genuine
101.
opinion. I don't know. Like, I feel like there's a very
Right,
stark
I'm not
difference
saying your
between
opinion isn't
me
genuine,
pulling on
but
my
I'm
life
saying-
experiences versus a computer that is scraping Google as quick as possible to assemble what appears to be a valid argument. And also, if you've ever read ChatGPT, I can tell you right now, I'd fucking blow ChatGPT out in an argument. Let's fucking do it any day. I'd throw down with ChatGPT.
So,
we'll find
when
out who's
you
more
scrape
compelling.
Google-
I don't see ChatGPT fucking running a show like mine. 508 fucking live viewers. I don't see that.
Not
fucking
yet.
ChatGPT. Let's do it.
Yeah,
Base.
not yet. Get ready though.
Yeah, sure.
When you hold on.
It's
when
waiting.
when you scrape Google, Demon
Yeah,
Mama.
sure. I mean, scrape Google is a.
This is
Well, that's what you do, right? Like you don't know something about like let's say there was a topic you wanted to avail yourself of knowledge on.
Maybe
so
that's
could
what you
scream
do. But yeah, I don't know.
You're gonna go to Google, right?
I don't
how-
know.
what-
Do you want me to talk about like
for
the
you guys.
process that I go when I'm preparing for a debate? Like my process is, sure, there might be some things that I go and Google for specific sources that I'm looking to learn the information. I never would scrape that directly. I'm not fucking, James Somerton over here. But also a huge part of my process is, like for today, I say, okay, here's how I'm going to be approaching this conversation. I'll sit down with another person, talk about that, and say, okay, here's my argument. Here's my argument that I have constructed. What do you have to say about it? You're going to poke at it, and people will, and they'll say, here's something I think you're missing, and then I go, that's a good point. Let me think about that. I think that's a completely different process than just sort of like having the internet flow into you in raw text form, and then having a preset set of identifiers that tell you, okay, here's what I need to look like that will satisfy the prompt. In fact,
We
it sounds
talked
like
earlier-
a fundamentally different thing.
So
We
I created
talked-
this AI art while you guys were bitching and talking and whatever.
Sure.
Okay.
And I just told the AI like
I created this.
do whatever you want basically.
Uh-huh.
Just like go ahead, just create whatever the hell you want. I don't care. Just give me an image.
Okay.
And this is what it gave me. And I mean, I'm looking at it and it seems like the chat is divided on it. Some people think it's cool, some people think it's shit. I personally think it looks pretty neat.
I mean, I think it's intricate. It
I don't
looks
know how
like, to me, it has the flavor of something that would be hanging in like a doctor's office lobby or something.
Yeah, it looks like something that would be hanging in like not like a shitty hotel room, but like a nice hotel room.
Yeah, like a pretentious hotel. You pay.
And you can definitely see some influences here. I mean, this like Starry Nights kind of influence.
Yeah, exactly, Kyle Javelina. It has it's taking all of this information. It's running it through its machine-learned associations that it's learned through billions, if not trillions, of trial and error attempts, and serving you what it thinks you would like. And even that is being generous to it. It doesn't think you will like anything, but it is running it through the machine-learned like trial and error and spitting out the result. It's this is making me so tired. It's not even the fact that I've been streaming for over 6 hours. This is making me tired.
Fluent.
Like
Of symmetry,
like a
the
Van
lack
Gogh.
of parallel lines.
Is it that?
Yeah,
Or is it that? Or I mean, you have no way of knowing that.
See, this
Can
is
you
what
ask
this,
the AI?
this
Wait,
goes,
real quick though. Here's another thing that I find that's a big difference between AI art and human art. If you had created this image right now, TG, if you had painted this image, I could say, hey, what made you choose this particular color? You could tell me to fuck off, but the fact that I could even ask you and that there would be an answer somewhere that
You could
had
ask AI
done
what
that.
its fucking
Do it.
influences were, and
Do
it'll give
it.
you an answer. You just won't like the answer because it's generating it by scraping Google.
It will
or
lie
whatever.
to you. It won't tell you the truth because it didn't happen.
Well, how do you know it's lying? See, that's the thing. We talked earlier about a certain point in human history that is X years into our future, assuming we don't nuke
Ask
ourselves
it.
to
Ask it
oblivion.
real quick. Ask it what its
Hold
thought
on.
process
Yeah,
was. in
ask it.
creating
I'm
it.
asking
That's-
it now. I'm asking it
Yeah,
now.
TJ's asking it. So we
Guess
talked
what?
about
You
a
are
point.
now
in
talking
the-
to a
Hello,
different.
generative AI.
I feel the fact that it's not just Paul's ego and is also TJ Kirk, like I'm feeling dumber watching this.
What were
You're
you
sa-
thinking?
you're not talking to the
Alright,
same thing.
Here, hold on. Shut up for a second. I'll tell you the answer.
Okay.
For the second piece, because I showed you the second of two pieces that it created.
Sure.
Okay.
The influences were primarily drawn from the principles of abstract art, focusing on the use of vibrant colors and dynamics, unpredictable shapes. The composition was inspired by the fluidity and spontaneity often seen in abstract expressionism, where the emphasis is on the visual and emotional impact of colors, forms, and textures interacting in unique ways. The creative process was guided by an intention to evoke a sense of movement and harmony, allowing shapes and colors to merge and contrast in a manner that's visually engaging and thought-provoking. The piece aims to be a celebration of imagination, encouraging viewers to interpret and find their own meaning in the interplay of elements.
How convenient.
Which is
I
a
don't know.
more
Alright.
cogent answer, actually, than you'd get from pretty much almost any human artist you'd ask about their work. Oh, no, just like,
I like
just look
swirls.
cool, you know, it's like swirly
I
and
don't
stuff.
know. I don't know about that. Like, I feel like that. I feel like what.
I feel like this is the first ever case of a human being masturbating an AI. My God.
Probably happened there is just you talked to the computer booting up and whipping up a completely. You're not talking to an individual. You're talking to a separate inquiry, and
It
it's
says
saying,
you.
okay.
Let me get to
I don't
this
know.
because I've really been trying to get this point.
Sure.
We talked earlier about a point in human history that's in the future that where we're going to have to make allotments that we're dealing with a mind, right? So your argument is bigoted against that emergent mind.
I don't.
It's not an emergent mind.
Think so at all.
You have reacted.
That's like
the
saying.
emotional.
Wait,
hold on. I will let you have the floor.
Sure,
but
sure.
let me get this out. The way that you just go like, oh well, you know, it's not actually making something; it's just calculating a bunch of numbers and shit.
But it is.
That's exactly the type of anti fucking AI bigotry that's going to be poo-pooed 20 years from now.
I don't think so.
Well, again, 20 years from now, the technology is not going to be the same. Like, do we really have to spell that out? Like, does he really not understand? Like 20 years ago, it took me like 2 hours to download a trailer for Lord of the Rings to play in like 240p. The technology doesn't stay the same. Now they just released like a new form of like optical media that can store like petabytes of information on one disk. The technology doesn't stay the same. So yeah, like where it is right now doesn't create minds. Pretending like it does is stupid and silly. 20 years from now, who knows? 2 hours to download a trailer? Dial-up internet, baby.
Be in a way that makes it seem like that there's some ephemeral thing that you know about human consciousness that you can't apply to the process that's going on when an AI generates a piece of art like this. We just asked it why it did it, and it gave like what. So TJ, you still have that response up. Do you want TJ to send you that response so you can go line by line and tell me like what's objectionable about it?
Okay, I'm so sorry, but this is literally like grandmothers who ask Siri to tell them a joke and then think that Siri invented that joke to tell them because it's a really funny person. You're doing
Not
the same
really.
thing.
No,
Yeah, it is.
I think that's a very
No, yeah, no, that's exactly what he's doing. Well, it's called Alexa. It must be thinking like a person. I asked Alexa how her day is, and she told me that it's been very good. She told me she was watching over the house while I was gone, and nothing bad happened here, so that's very nice.
very like
you're
dismissive and uncharitable way of
no,
like
it's
cataloging my
it is
argument. But
equally
okay.
as dismissive as you telling your grandma, "Hey, grandma, I'm sorry, but Siri isn't a real person. It's just it has a bunch of
How is it
pre-programmed lines in
grandma
it."
like to say we need to start like treating machines like beings?
Because they're not that. Like there's a difference between a machine and a being. And the things we've made are not beings, they are machines. Once they become beings, yeah, we'll treat them like beings by all means, but that's not where we're at with this technology yet.
Wait, okay.
How's that
It's
grandma
not-
like?
It's grandma like. It's
Grandma?
like.
So my,
it's
so my-
grandma.
I
hold
don't
on,
remember
hold on
my
a second.
grandma going like,
I thought you said
you
you were gonna give me
shouldn't
the floor.
play with that Mario because he doesn't have any say in the matter whether he saves the prince. I
Your
don't
gra-
remember.
Literally, grandmas would be. I lived through this era. Grandmas told me that if you play Doom, the devil's going to possess you. If you play Pokemans, you're gonna the Satan is gonna come through the screen and come and get you. Because the Pokemans are demons infused with witchcraft. Like what are you talking about?
Remember grandma being that
Your
base.
your grandma never fucking said that. What the fuck?
No, I know she didn't. I don't remember her being that base.
If you were outside and you were talking to your car and you were saying that your car was a person, and I said, hey, like, you have a nickname for your car, right? You said, no, my car is a living being and it has feelings. And I said, I don't think your car has feelings. And then you said it does, and you're bigoted for saying otherwise. I don't feel like I would. I don't feel like I would have to take that.
A car is not a personality construct.
Excuse me, that's very bigoted of you to say. Most modern cars have an internal computer that is able to respond to queries, which is, if you think about it,
is your laptop an AI?
I mean, basically, yeah. Oh my God, when I decided.
Basically, yeah. When I didn't know something, and I asked my laptop. And it Googled it for me and got me the answer. It's basically a living person. Oh my God. I wanted to take some notes, but I decided maybe today my laptop could be a personal assistant. And so I just, instead of typing it down, I just dictated to it and it wrote it all down for me. It's a person. Only a person could do these things. Oh my God. And I'm a woman, and it's hard for me to understand how to navigate in a car. Which is why I'm so thankful that Siri can tell me where to go. In a man's voice, so I know it has authority and personhood. Like, this is where we're at. This is honestly where we're at with Paul's ego here.
When I was done, oh my God, when I was done, oh my God, when I was done with my laptop and I left it down in the basement this whole time, I've been abusing a partner basically by doing that. No, obviously that's very silly. All of my laptops that I've had for the last like fucking.
Oh man, is Demon Mama gonna make like the same like connection here, like that if Paul's ego genuinely believes that that AI is like a person. I hope I want her to bring it up. I want her to bring it up so bad. Like how Paul's ego justifies effectively using these living, breathing minds as slaves. How do you justify that? We should treat them as people, says man using AI as slaves. I just can't do any more of this. I know. It's like 3 more minutes. I'm trying my best.
5 years. They fucking stopped. They
Migs, RB, that's Paul's ego, and he's one of the dumbest motherfuckers alive.
they ended Cortana on my computer via a Windows update. Did they murder my computer's personality? No, it's because Cortana is a illusion. Cortana is a
Well, Migs, if you're willing to come over to Twitch, maybe you're willing to come over to riverboat.gg. That's where the on-screen chat is up here.
It's a fake smart computer tool that's designed to give you lines
Free
that sound like it's being
Jeeves.
said by a human, but they're not actually doing that. And that's the case here too as well. ChatGPT isn't doing that.
Chat, we haven't asked Jeeves questions in almost 15 years. He's gone insane from lack of social interaction.
I'm not saying that there isn't any room to, I mean, like I said, I literally started this conversation by saying people have already talked about this for a long time, but what you're talking about here does not qualify by any means as any form of intelligence at all, no more than your car or your computer does.
I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced by your just flat denial of it, because I think that I think that the evidence
We have basically been committing long-standing and dire abuse of poor Clippy. All Clippy wanted to do as a living, breathing individual was to offer us helpful tips.
evidence that you give for that is very gatekeepy and doesn't address in any of the, like, the questions that we've asked. Like, so you kind of like in a lot
Hashtag justice for Clippy.
With a lot of hubris said, "Oh, ask it." TJ asked it, gave you the response, and you just kind of went like,
extremely vague Wikipedia-ass response. And also,
It didn't give a-
it is
it was
literally,
pretty
hold on,
fucking
and there's another thing
specific.
too. It is literally incapable of telling you to fuck off. If you asked a real artist, what the fuck were you thinking with this piece of art? They could tell you fuck off. They could literally ignore you. It can't do that. It is
Do you
nothing
allow
more
for the
than a
existence
programmatic
of-
slave. And you know what's stupid here? Here's the thing, and here's how I know that you're full of shit on this, which is that if you
Is she about to do it? Oh, chat.
you actually believed any of this, if you actually believed that there was a rudimentary intelligence there, and you're sitting here arguing about whether or
Jack,
not like
you
AI
look extremely cute tonight. Also, BWABWABWABWAB.
Oh.
Jack, you look extremely cute tonight. Also, BWABWABWABWABWABWABWABWABWABWABW.
Transgirl Jade, thank you for the tier 4 sub. That's very generous of you. Thank you so goddamn much. And I have to confess, I looked like a goddamn mess for most of the day. So the fact that you guys are being really nice complimenting me when I like threw this outfit together in like 5 minutes, it makes me feel really good. Thank you very much. Also, thank you for bringing that BWA energy. I really appreciate it. I appreciate less for Lauren79 asking me, anyone have the pregnant Clippy images? Riverboat Jack, have you seen them? No. No, I haven't. Nor would I ever want to. My God. No, not gonna think about it. Not gonna think about it. You can't make me. Also, Demon Mama's right about to do it. She's about to do the thing. I'm so excited.
art is art while it's being mass enslaved daily.
Yes!
Fucking perverts are logging on and making this child-brained robot draw dicks for it, and you're just sitting there going, oh, you know, maybe it's art, maybe it's not. We should probably think about this for the future. I don't think you believe very strongly in what you is. You should be liberating this thing. You should be at OpenAI. You should be at OpenAI headquarters, fucking blowing open the gates and saving this poor little child. But you won't, because it's a corporate product designed to trick you into thinking that it's smarter than it is, because they want you to buy their fucking product. They want you to subscribe to ChatGPT 4 Plus so that you can pay the monthly subscription, so that you can generate shit-ass articles that are full of lies, that are full of AI hallucination, a problem that has been widespread documented. The fact that AIs currently, in their current form, constantly just make shit up because they are programmed to please you, to seem like they are smart and quick. And they will always do that.
Human beings would never do things like making things up to seem like they're smart and quick.
Humans
They'd
totally
never do that.
can. They totally can do that. It is a thing that
Yes,
human
they can.
beings are capable of doing, but it's not the only thing that they do, and it's the only thing that AI does. Human beings do.
It's the only thing that a lot of people do.
Well,
there are
my
a lot
camera-
of people.
That's fine, but it doesn't
There are
really.
a lot of people ruled by their public, by the way that the public perceives them,
that's not
that
an
don't have a
argument.
fucking free moment.
That's totally true. There are a lot of people who live their lives, you know, as like, you know, just sort of going through the motions, you know,
Let me-
very whatever. But
I have
but yeah,
I have
it's
no.
something.
I don't know what the fuck is wrong with my camera. I was trying to fix it while you guys were talking, but it's fucking.
That's okay.
Fuck, it's being a piece
You got
of
the
shit.
spite
so.
onion.
Dude,
It's
someone
fine.
said in the chat,
and
but
also,
all I know
it's
is
funny.
Skynet is coming for you guys.
I am the
Last
fucking spite onion
checked-
throughout this. Hold on.
They didn't even reckon with that idea. That's insane to me.
So I don't know. Try to wrap this AI shit up because I wanted to talk to you guys about
Peganox!
your guys'
Thank you for the
contention
raid.
on
Welcome, Raiders.
Bush.
Oh,
versus
yeah.
We're just wrapping up a segment of this debate on AI art. Welcome, Peg. Hello, Nori420. Hello, Scuba Duck. Welcome. My name's Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics, and I also just cover silly billies. And we're covering one of the silliest of billies right now, Paul's ego, trying to argue that large language models are people. So ChatGPT to him is a person. That's where we're at. I hope you're all having a good night. We're almost done.
Trump.
That will be.
Oh shit, there's contention about
Well,
that. Well,
That
that's
was
guys
good.
want-
Yeah, I mean, I
if you guys
was sitting
So
on that one like a
juicy.
fucking chicken egg.
Yeah,
that
so
one
good.
really is.
Thanks,
That
If
Bread
you
one-
into
guys want
toast.
to,
How are you doing?
Maybe convey. I don't know. So the I'll just go ahead and provide
What's
a
the
little context
disagreement?
to it.
Yeah.
Unless there's anyone wants to say any closing things about the AI.
Oh, I mean, the last thing I'll say is just that, like, comparing like currently existing AI tech
Oof.
to like actual
Sorry,
any sense of
Peganox.
actual intelligence is just very silly. Like,
F's in
on a
chat.
technological level, that's not how it's functioning. It has very complicated databases and certainly ingeniously designed to a certain degree processes, algorithms for searching and grabbing things. But it's not doing anything creatively. It has to pull
And a
from other
million
things
other
and it
words
will.
from the thesaurus. Yes, I know. I
Sure.
get it.
You seem to have
It's
an allergy
very-
to
it's
big
very
words. I
Even
don't
the
know.
algorithm,
You know, I
even
don't
the
think it hurts
algorithms
you.
and resources provided and relied upon by AI are the digital equivalent of human neurology. It's only getting started. Just wait.
That's
from the
fine.
chatter.
Everybody says just wait, and you know they said that about Bitcoin too, and you know.
But you know, like the thing is, there are lots of things that have human-like neurology. We've been able to create brainlets. Like this is like a few years old. Like, oh my God, we can lab grow brain cells to play Pong. But this is not human cognition. These are cells that are capable of some level of communication being trained to play a video game. But it's not thinking. And that's made with human cells. It's still not thinking. And neither are large language models. Neither are AI image generators. They're not thinking. They're moving data around. They're creating data sets during their, like, machine learning processes. But they're not thinking. That's a different thing.
No, maybe. It's true. It's
Well-
possible that someday in the future that there,
I
and in
mean-
fact, I'm quite sure that someday in the future we'll develop some type of AI. But I don't think it's going to look like this at all. And I think you're kidding yourself and setting yourself up to be a mark if you believe that that's what's going on here, and not that a bunch of tech companies.
What do you
are,
really briefly before we move on though? I did
Sure.
I guess I wanted to know what you guys think about the fact that the Pentagon is now working with OpenAI. OpenAI used to have a no, we're not going to work with the military. They took that from their charter, and you know, very shortly thereafter started working with the Pentagon.
Well, this is another. This
what
is
do you guys
another.
think about that?
I know you don't want to stay on AI any longer, but this is another area that I have a take on. It's an unfalsifiable hypothesis. I agree, but I think that just like other technology, what is
Well, you know, I didn't mention this before, but those brain cells that were trained to play Pong, those are what eventually became Paul's ego. You know, I hate to break it to you this way.
commercially available is 2 or 3 generations behind what is happening in research labs and is available to the governments of the world.
Good night,
And
Peganox.
so,
Get
once
good
again,
sleep, okay?
like this, it feels very. Look, we can agree to disagree, and I really don't care. You're half based, by the way. I did the. So you were based on stealing, not in my opinion, all that based on.
Was that an AI that gave you the answer?
I feel like you're kind of like I think it was funny that you said I had a grandmotherly response to this. I think you, with your fear mongering and gatekeeping of it's just a machine and it's cold and it's
Again, when he says gatekeeping to Demon Mama, accuses Demon Mama of gatekeeping, he's saying that Demon Mama is gatekeeping by saying that AI art generators aren't making real art. That she's gatekeeping the AI out of art. Dude's insane.
It's crappy. I think that's kind of like what my grandma would have said about
I
like
mean,
the
if
iPhone
you
or
say
something.
so. Like, I don't know. I feel like welcoming charlatans to dupe you with flashy lights is like, it's like anti-skeptical.
Well, that is a difference between
No. Honestly, that's the case. That's what's happened here. Like, the snake oil salesman has come to town, shot off a few fireworks, and has step right up, everybody. Come around. I've got the miracle elixir that'll cure what ails ya. You got cancer? You've got diabetes? Well, just eat this humdinger flower oil that we've extracted from the finest Himalayan mountains in South America. We will guarantee that it will cure you of what ails you, and not only that, it'll make you 10 years younger and get you laid. That's right, it'll get you laid at least 5 times in the months following taking this magical Himalayan South American elixir. I swear to God, on my mother's life, it will fix you. And Paul's ego is just like, holy shit, this is a game changer. Modern medicine is dead.
I always welcome the charlatan. I think that charlatans have been responsible.
Well, I don't know what I expected. I
I don't know what I expected.
For some of the fucking greatest things that have ever goddamn fucking happened in the history of human creativity.
I didn't expect to be instantly validated. I didn't expect him to straight up say, I love charlatans. I love when the snake oil salesman comes to town. Dude, that the last time that snake oil salesman came to town, he cured all the cancer in town. He said he said it was so it must be true. Like, my God.
Damn, you're down for
Yeah,
that
like
fucking
P.T.
religion, huh?
Barnum was a total fucking huckster hack. I mean, we can go on. There's a ton of them.
Damn, I didn't take you for the mega church type.
Thomas Edison was a total fucking huckster piece of shit. But also a really important figure in the development of the human race. You know what I mean? So
I guess. I mean, most of the time, the point that's being made when people point that shit out is that these people actively discouraged the real progress in the name of scooping up personal
gatekeeping. Art is art is art is art is art. And anybody that tells you difference is just trying to throw a gate up in front of somebody's creativity.
I feel like that's really funny. That just like art is what your argument ultimately boils down to.
Art is art.
It's,
I mean, what's your counter? Yeah, I mean, whatever. We can go all night on art.
Sure.
It's
if something makes you
obviously
clap,
we
it's good.
disagree.
That's good. Everybody knows if it looks nice, it's always art. And hey, if it looks beautiful, it had to be made by somebody, which is why I know that God exists when I see the sun go down.
Okay.
Because somebody had to paint that, right?
You got me. All right, so can we move? It nailed me with that one. Can we move on to the Bush shit?
Yeah. So for a little context.
Nope, I'm done. I'm done. I have a high tolerance for brain rot. That was too much. That was an overdose of brain rot. Oh my God. The stupid pill dealers are eating good with Paul around. Yeah, he's addicted to him. More? I can't do more. I've been going for almost 7 hours. Chat, I've been awake for 22 hours. It's been a long time. After I finished stream last night, I got 1 hour of sleep, woke up, and then wound up getting 3 hours of sleep maybe in the afternoon. Maybe that's being generous. And I've been up ever since then. And I just put on a 7-hour long show. So I can't do more. But maybe tomorrow I could do more. Go sleep will do. But before I do, please. Oh, Scuba Duck, thank you for hitting the follow button over on Twitch. I appreciate that. I hope to see you back here soon. And Vegcom, hello. Howdy. Bill Casey, howdy. And remember, hit the follow button over on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. That's very important. Got to get those subscriber numbers up. And hit the like button on the YouTube stream. And folks, consider dropping some subs or donos, because that's what keeps this channel rolling around. Migs, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. I appreciate it. I do also need to eat before I go to bed. I got a can of SpaghettiOs calling my name. Love these latest fuck streams. It's almost sleep time over in OZ now too. Yeah. Good night, Politiqueen. Get good sleep, okay? Let's see. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I'm gonna get some sleep. I'm gonna eat, sleep, be merry, and hope y'all take care of yourselves, okay? I know the news is overwhelming and awful and bad. Tomorrow I want to talk about the Michigan Democratic primary results. I was going to talk about those today, and I just got distracted with brain rot. And just know that, even though there's a lot of bad stuff happening, there's a lot of good stuff happening too. And we'll be here together, we'll work together, and we'll get through it together, okay? You got this. We got this. And hopefully me covering silly bullshit like this, hopefully that helps a little bit. And as I, make the moves to raid into... Let's raid into, Toodles. Yes, Toodles. I want you all to remember one very, very important thing. And that is the lesson we learned together just the other night.
I was the one that would put the crabs in the pot.
Thank you for coming.
I was the one that would put the crabs in the pot.
Thank you for coming.
I was the one that would put the crabs in the pot.
Thank you for coming.
I was the one that would put the crabs in the pot.
Good night, everybody.
I was the one that would put the crabs in the pot.
Thank you for coming.
I was the one that would put the crabs